You, what is up? Part 1 million again. Though I think we're gonna finish the gloves today. We should finish. Did we do the boots? I think we did. I forget. We're gonna bake all the things though. I think. I mean, I'm gonna finish the gloves. Topology, good or bad for rigging? We're gonna find out. We'll see. Look at this phone. That's an old cell phone. That's crazy. What else? I saw something here that was interesting. I mean, all this stuff is good. This is good stuff. This is very witchery. I was fighting an earth golem last night in The Witcher. It was last night? It was recent. Smack that. Anyway. Hippo. Space Hippo. Wasn't ready for the Space Hippo this morning. The gym. This looks damn good. Evermotion. Makes sense. Makes sense. What if they fix their UVing? Stuff. Plants. Oh, I haven't seen the speed tree. Not speed. I haven't seen the new trees. Look at this outfit, though. I haven't seen the new Quixel trees. Let's check those out. They're in beta. I'm like, maybe I'll wait. Version 1's okay. And this bit I've seen this bit. I've seen this guy before. I think that's pretty cool. He's got a big triangle head, boulder hands, boulder feet. Whoa, I like this one. That's pretty cool. They're all pretty cool. Wow, that's awesome. I wonder what the skeleton looks like on this thing. I don't see anything about. Well, it has animation, so that's about it. That's it. That's all they made. That's kind of cool. Whoa, these are really good too. Yeah, see, I'm not making. I can make like super basic weapons. I can't get down like that. It's too much. Huh. Haifa. What up, Israel? These are incredible too. Yeah, I can't finish at this level either. Thought this would have been lay arts. Wow, in a couple of years, it's going to be pretty nuts coming into the marketplace at the rate that's increasing in quality. Those are so smooth. This is really funny. Metal is still tough, obviously. It's like without ray trace reflections, it's a hard thing to pull off. It's much better. It's why Quixel stuff almost never has like actual reflections in it. This is pretty cool. I'm gonna be moving back to interior modeling stuff pretty soon. Cinetracer's like whatever, 50% character, 50% environment, and just go back and forth. It's kind of an interesting garment. It's an interesting pose too. Huh. They're all the same. You know, you start making like, you know, general clothing and garments, they're all the same. They're like very, very similar. It's when you go into the fantasy stuff like I'm doing for some reason that it gets to be like a little bit more wild, but it's like collared shirts, collared jackets, a little thicker, pants go straight down. Fancy if they've got like pocket, like cargo pants or something, but moving back to like modern fashion stuff should be pretty easy. Compared to fantasy stuff. Fantasy, it's like a lot of details and stuff to add into it. Okay, so I haven't even opened up Maya yet. This is me getting up early at 10 a.m. I'm actually getting to my computer by 10 a.m. Full Maya is a full load. There's a lot of plugins got to get loaded up. I think hanging out too much on the indie side of things distorts your view on software. I don't understand everyone's reaction to ZBrush being dead now because it's owned by a company who makes more than one product and is going to actually keep development on it. People don't like quote-unquote Adobe. It's like, yeah, try running a company without InDesign if you publish, and try running a company without Photoshop if you're doing those things. It's the same thing with ZBrush. That's why they bought it. And the developers too. I'm surprised Adobe didn't buy them. ReTopo. That would have made perfect sense. But I guess with Sebastian and the developers they have already, they can just make their own as they need to. And maybe they see digital sculpting as not necessary. Bit high end. What are we doing today? Okay, so we baked. Right? Let me see. Let me try to remember. I haven't taken stock of what I'm supposed to be doing today. Let's see. Okay, so I was looking at this yesterday, and then next to this, these look. This is the. I'm gonna use stylized leather for this, and I might hand paint or push further the edging. I definitely need to not sculpt. I definitely need to, like, in the low poly in the future, sculpt in the folds. So I'm gonna have to do a couple studies of those, and they're all this. They're so funny. Where'd it go? This example is so funny of the new machine learning cloth. Like all cloth is basically this. It's basically a big tube that gets folded, and then there's like inner there's, like, kind of like a compression fold at an angle, or it's a compression fold the entire way through, or it's like a drape fold, like if there's anchor, and then you drape through. They're all the same. So I should just practice sculpting cylinders, basically. Sculpt the cylinder, retopo the cylinder, bake the cylinder, and does it look good? And then this is still just a cylinder with 2 holes cut out of the side of it. But I need to come up with, like, a strategy for retopoing the cloth folds so they actually show up. Oh, I haven't opened Photoshop. I opened Photoshop. But comparing it to Witcher, this one, like, I was playing. Where is it? I was playing The Witcher, and looking at his elbows, and I'm wearing the what is it? I'm about to get the cat armor, which is like the high attack point armor, which is the one I want. Like 1 level I can wear it. What I have now? Griffin. I'm wearing Griffin armor, I think, right now. And, like, in these areas here, and I didn't even add the straps. Character art's so much time. Easily, like, even for me, this would be a month easily. This has already been 2 weeks. It'd easily be a month, maybe more, maybe even 2 months. I don't know. Definitely can't go that long. But, like, the cloth that they let the cloth bunch up a lot in between it, and they 100% in the silhouette, you see the, like, cloth bunched up. And so in the low poly, you definitely have to model it in. So going off of this one was nice because, like, they really don't. It's like the ring, like all of this, it's basically skin tight, the inner part. So that would be a good one to start with. But looking at tackling some of the more, I don't know, some of the other Witcher armor sets, because, like, that's, I feel like that would just be fun to, like, do all of the, like, named Witcher outfits for practice. They definitely model that in, so I have to do, like, a couple studies on that. So we've done, like, the skin tight version of it, which is still just getting me through, like, the basic workflows now. But this one turned out pretty well. It turns out and their buckles are super clean in The Witcher. Like, I guess I'm playing in 4K Ultra on my 3080 over there, but there's none of this shit, this, like, aliasing stuff. So these UVs need to get pumped up real big, and this was a great test because I've never authored anything that ended up with this many small details. I usually, when I make things, that's usually, they wouldn't be straps or buckles. I'll just make, like, the big pieces. No, this is my first attempt at going for it. But these need a lot of UV space over here. They need to be brought in as separate objects so they don't bake against each other. There's some setting I don't understand that these white aliasing things happen. And we don't need, like, AO interaction maps from each other, especially in the future with Unreal Engine 5 with, what do they call it? Dynamic shadow maps. Basically, they can shadow. If their shadow engine algorithm can shadow nanite meshes, then they can shadow little rings and dots and a line here. So the shadow resolution is dynamic, so it would pick up on, like, the relief here and it would shadow it. Whereas in, like, other games, you almost, like, bake the lighting. There's no dynamic shadows that could ever pick up on something like this. So you bake it into an AO, and you just kind of say, like, hey, there's always lighting from above, so we'll just always put a shadow under here, and it's, you bake the contact shadow. And I feel like my contact shadow has gone white instead of black, but so maybe there's, like, some setting, I don't know. But overall, this is moving in the right direction. It's definitely like it's progress for me. So I'll be authoring. This has no details, but that's why I started it first. But those are all working out, and I think the boots are going to be fine, and the shirt's going to be fine. So the tough one, the shoulders are going to be absolutely fine. Boring, generic, but fine. I wish I put stitches here, but this is still like on the road to getting to like a better level of character art. But I need to retopo the gloves into one piece. And the gloves are pretty complicated because they have a lot of different parts on them. Let's go get them. Where are they? Gloves. So I'm going to pop these out. Duped. Out here. Here and here. Okay. These are them. So it's still probably okay. I wonder. So realistically, this is a different mesh than this one. So we'll start with this one. This is pretty easy. And then this one we want to be hulled as one entire piece. Not too difficult either. It's basically a normal hand retopo and then like a little bit of extra stuff back here. And again, I'm going to skin tight retopo this. I'm not going to try to like add topology to hold these folds and whatnot, because the hands are going to be tough enough, yeah, with perfect quad loops to skin and rig, versus if I start dropping like weird triangles and things like this, and it's like it's going to be a fight over like the metacarpals of who owns the part of the fold, and you end up like sculpt painting the weight paints too, versus it being more like programmatic is how I'd like it to happen. So this is the easy one to warm up with. So we'll take this, half a street cone. What pivot is that on? And we make it live and we quadro. Definitely just pulling. I probably could pull the mesh from the low poly, because I didn't really sculpt this too much, but let's do it this way. To warm up to the retopo anyway. What? Oh, okay. So we have to extract it. It's still projecting into the hidden part, so fair enough. So I gotta back out. Okay, so I actually have to extract it out. Now, is that gonna be a problem? No, it should be fine. Okay, so this, I pulled this one out anyway. How do you make unlive, I guess here? I pulled this out as a duplicate anyway, because we have like the actual high poly that will go back to Substance Painter has been authored correctly, in that there's different material breakups, though we might have to like change the colors. It turns out that like even brown and dark brown get mixed up in Substance Painter. But I need to, I'm thinking like ZBrushy, where I would hide this and then delete hidden, but I don't think we have that in Maya. This looks kind of odd, like this. Oh, I'm surprised I have the shirt actually coming down. It's gonna be kind of awkward because like when I go to skin this shirt, I didn't sculpt it all the way through, so there's like just dead areas of the sculpt, so that'll be kind of weird. Okay, so now the collision should be fine. So are we in ISO? We are. Okay, live and first topo of the morning. Super uneven. So I don't know what happened with these. Also, I was watching like the Witcher's just obviously, but like the Witcher armor is just so much better than what I'm making. But that should be expected. Oh, it's the symmetrical one's still over there, because that's still fine. I probably should have gone for 8, but a shape like this really doesn't matter. Kind of just want to block out into quads. Actually, I think my 8 strategy, unless I'm trying to figure out like a weird intersection, is kind of wrong, because then the shape doesn't form enough to the circle. And so that was kind of the problem with the chest, is I probably approached doing the chest like as an 8-sided cylinder, and that's just not enough resolution. And then, so maybe I should let that go. I don't really notice a lot of other retopo people doing 8-sided cylinder. I just come from like subdivision surface modeling, where like it's like the religion of the 8-sided cylinder, because then we know the patterns for certain intersections. And I'm surprised I haven't been using, there's like a circularize in Maya, like when you stick a cylinder into a square, a cube, and you need to resolve that intersection, you usually have to, you project the cylinder and you multi-cut around a little hole, and then you circle, you grab the verts and say you spherize, it makes them into perfect circles, which is nice. And that's kind of ReTopo-y stuff, or hard surface modeling stuff. So maybe even at this phase, I kind of need to figure out how I'm going to do this, because this happens a lot. And I think like quad drawing onto like the different parts of the circle part is like pretty bad. It doesn't work very well, but saying that, I'm still going to try that right now. Like, should it just be one piece? I don't know. I would like to see the low poly of like a really nice, of like how, so specifically The Witcher is done. But I really don't know what that looks like. So that's the underside? Oh no. Oh yeah, see, this is tough for it. Oh, this never turned into a piece. I'll just clear this. Yeah, I'm not sure how to. I can get the base mesh and I can get the high poly, but then the ReTopo to hold this ridge correctly, which is the kind of the most important part, I'm still kind of struggling. And should I, at this point, I should probably still keep it low before I try to pull this edge out. Or should I just like do the extrusions and stuff like the old way? I don't know. Try this thing. Where'd it go? Oh no. This one. Like just like how I made the construction piece. I think next time I'm gonna whoa, what the hell axis is this? Object, yeah. Oh, we're doing the wrist. Oh yeah, sad. Okay, we're gonna have to use like an actual extrude. So yeah, the hands not being in T-pose is makes things harder. What? There we go. Okay, so we're gonna extrude edge. Thickness? Yeah, see, like this just does it perfectly. And that's probably how the, I'm gonna do it again. And it's thickness this time, yeah, this way. And it's probably pretty close, and we'll just look at how the projection happens, because like there's really no reason to not do it like that. And then maybe kind of look at the, see a piece like this though, kind of like you see the inside. So I don't know, this is probably a stretch, but it's like that. That's like kind of what you want for the low poly, because you see inside of it and then you cap it. But I've probably come off proportion from the live one. Hey, what's up, Sarah? I'm ReTopoing, so that's a good phase. That's a good phase of life. It's the skinning that's gonna be tough. Tough stuff. There's only one way to get better at it. Oh no. See, like that's weird. So I don't really know how to approach like how much should go into a model like this. And like parts, like we haven't stuck to it, but the construction was kind of sloppy. So I should probably do a couple studies, but studies are boring. This is really my study, is like attempting an actual mesh. But I need to find like a strategy when I'm doing this type of piece. Though as soon as I go back into like actual production, I'm not making leather gauntlets for my video game. I just think they're fun. So it gives me the motivation to actually finish a project like this. I kind of feel like even in like a current gen, like Unreal Engine 5 game, I feel like you still need to bevel these things, and I haven't been doing that. But that bake might come out kind of funny. I don't really know. So this will be, I'm interested to see the results of that here, because the ReTopos I'd done on this came out okay. Or we don't have the high poly to compare, but this came out awful. And this was okay, but basically trying to like quad draw along like this like tiny wobbly edge like kind of doesn't work. So I feel like the idea is to really nail the base mesh, and then the base mesh before you sculpt it is the game mesh. So if that could be done, I think that would work as a strategy, but I'm still not really sure on it. And probably people who are just like stellar at 3D modeling, just like they know how to reconstruct this. Is this still live? It is. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and add subdivisions now to this thing. And you're live. And we're quad drawing. I should put quad draw up here, but I do like having this out. Not that I use the settings in it, but okay. So here's the moment of truth. Okay, this is really thick, so we can come show it. So are we going to flip to the inside when I drop these loops in? It kind of looks like it did. Yeah, okay. so quad draw, you know, so if we I don't know if I can undo I mean, I can start this from scratch based on this like kind of new strategy. I think I'm like inside of the body. I don't know if we can undo past those extrusions. We can. Okay, so if we're gonna do like procedural edge extrudes for the rim, the piping of it, then we just want to use quad draw to get our shrink wrapped version. And for something that's a cylinder like this with very little variation or holes cut out or anything like that, we should, in the future, I should aim to have the base mesh be the game mesh as much as possible. And for a MetaHuman, that's like even more poly than's needed. So it means like we take our like sculpting mesh way further than I normally would. Because like if it's just a base mesh that you're gonna sculpt and do a lot of like the design phase later in ZBrush or something, you don't need much detail on it. But I think for me, especially for a piece like this, it's just gonna be easier to have them all be have the base sculpting mesh be the game mesh later, as long as nothing like crazy changes in the sculpting. So also quad draw does not like once there's thickness. So it's really like a surface on surface type of thing. So did I make this live? Yeah, I gotta do this again. So live quad draw. The question is, am I going to remember that next time I come to do this though? What's going on with you? How come I can't drop this loop in here? What's going on? Well, we'll start going for like, again, final game res. I like can't hit this loop anymore. It's sad. Did this already go inside, or is this 2 inside already? See, I can't even get it. You may close a marvelous designer in A pose. Do you know if you can convert clothes from A pose to T pose? You'd have to skin them. In Marvelous, you could, whatever skeleton you're using, make a T pose for it, and you can like animate between the two in Marvelous. So you could like arrange the garment in T pose, which is a lot easier. And then you just, I forget the button, but there's a button or command to morph to play an animation. So you would basically make an animation in your DCC of the model going from A pose to T pose. You're going to have to animate that though. And then Marvelous can play it back and forth if that's like kind of the question. T pose, I get the value of it now. Having been working with A pose stuff for so long, it's like, oh, A is awful. I think for like the rigging and like deformations, it makes a lot of sense, but like modeling and retargeting animations is kind of rough because A pose is subjective. Like there's no common angle. It's like, oh, what's an A pose? Is it like, first of all, where are the clavicles? Do the clavicles get rigged flat? Are they down? Are they up? And then it's like, oh, cool. What angle is the upper arm at? And there's a little forward. What angle is the elbow at? You know, and where the wrists. Whereas this T pose, even if it breaks the skeleton, which like MetaHumans, when you T pose a MetaHuman, they look terrible. At least it's like, yeah, every single thing is perfectly on for MetaHumans on the x-axis, you know, so you can perfectly align T pose. A pose is super subjective. I think this mesh is like inside, so I can't drop the edge loop this way. This is sad. I'm kind of. It's so dumb to spend so much time on this thing right now, but I'm kind of sorting out like my bigger strategies with it. With these pieces. Oh, this one's gonna let me do it, yeah? And it's still on the inside. These thickness pieces are so annoying. There could be a setting I'm screwing up, because like in quad draw, there are... I'm gonna make the surface offset like bigger, like 0.1. And snap to back faces is off, because that's what I don't want it to do. And so, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this from scratch. This is still oh my god, where is it? This is, I'm still like learning. Like spending the time on this is like not like production, not great for like actually finishing it, but for like future me, learning how to do this correctly, this is really the point of this. So we can go live on that one. Hey, what's up? You can come get him. Oh man. Can you take Shoshi's too? Huh? Thanks. So quad draw, if we keep it away from the surface, it should like not snap to the back as much. We have snap to back faces off, but 1 second. So what are back faces? Like the back face is like, oh, the back face of the same mesh. Okay, well we definitely don't want that. But if we go for this thing where we really keep the dots away, this is obviously kind of changing the, that's a lot. On a mesh this small, that's a lot. Like on a shirt, it's not that bad, but this is like very small detail. But if we like really try to keep this away from the edge, from the surface, like it's floating on top, hopefully it helps keep the edges in bounds. Now, why is this pink and not blue? So something is wrong. Unless that back face thing makes the faces. So what if I turn off mesh? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I turned on mesh alpha. We want mesh this. Oh, well, we're doing 0.1 anyway. Oh, I mixed up alpha and that. Okay, so these seem like they're more cleanly on top of it. So that's probably a hard-earned lesson that quad draw, you should keep a bit of space. Hence it being like the one of the main of the only 5 parameters. It's like one of the 5 parameters, because if you let it go skin tight to it, a lot of the times you'll end up with faces inside of the mesh, especially as we're like basically low sampling a circle into squares. That tends to happen, and I've been kind of fighting that for the last couple of days. So now when I cut through, not that we're like kind of even yet, but this stuff is all pretty confidently on the outside, except for, you know, this is, that obviously happens anyways on any cylinder, low sample cylinder. So I think this is a pretty important parameter to have, right? So let's see if that overall makes this process better. This is good to get done on the simple object actually, because the hand, we got to like really put it into full effect. The hand's the hardest one I've done. That's why I'm leaving it to today. Hey, Ami went and got yours already. Ami has it. Yeah. Go ask him. Alright, I told him to anyway. Okay, so I still am not able to drop loops through here. What the hell is this? Still not perfect. And to be honest, I probably would have been better off retopology, like just starting with a cylinder and then like shrink wrapping it to it. Which is valid. I mean, that's like a YouTube. Okay, so that's, see, you can like this tangency that's flipped this way. It means it's on the inside. It's snapping to the inside. So this still hasn't like really fixed it. And then this is too. Now I pulled it out, but like there's no reason for like this thing, which is like a pure cylinder, to have it inverted like this. Like this is inverting. Oh yeah. So still kind of like same with ZBrush too. It's like everyone uses the standard tool, but the standard tool, if you use lazy mouse, how much smoothing is on it, not smoothing, like how the intensity, the size, and then all those things relative to how many subdivisions are on the surface you're sculpting, and how well you can execute like the stroke with your hand on the tablet. It changes the tools. It's the same thing. It's like, yeah, we all use the same quadrat tool, but you know, it's like, oh, but you didn't put this at like, you know, it's like a certain setting, it just breaks it. And then so this is garbage. It's like so bad. Like this face here, you can tell it's like it's on the inside. Like why? And then I can't even touch it, even with this like 0.1 surface offset shit. So Kind of crappy. So the way to fix that is to like, you have to go get it. And we're slide? Since when? Oh, because we're on live. Can I pop you out? Are you sliding on like the right surface now? You're still not, no. Wait, is it? See, it's sliding on the inside face. Like, I don't know. Don't though. So we gotta go unlive, and then at this point, because we're on some like insane, you know, axis here, and now it's finally out of the mesh, right? And then so is this one. This process is just like, when I have to switch to this, it's like this process like is not worth it. I don't know if I don't even know what axis are we on here. Oh, this is world. Because we're looking. I'm working on an A-posed arm piece, and it would all be fine if Quadron never snapped in. But how many of these are in? Like 1, 2, 3. Like so many of them are snapped in. How? Why? I don't know. I should probably. I like watch tutorials without volume, and I just skim through them, and I probably miss like a decent. Like, is there a way to prevent that? I'm like having this happen constantly. Like that base mesh is garbage. Like, it's so much work to just fix it. Like, I'll just do it by hand then, which is what I'm gonna try not to do. And once again, how have I retoppled all the other stuff and this hasn't been an issue? It probably has been. I just fixed it as it went. Auto weld 10. But I don't know what that means. So I guess there's some stuff I should probably sort out. Auto lock. Oh, I see. It's like, okay, so it will never touch a border. Interior vertices only, all vertices. Okay, that I kind of like intuited of what that does. Extend edge, loop border. That kind of like doesn't work so well. Quad strips, I don't draw quad strips. Overlay mesh, alpha, and snap to back faces. Now, I feel like this is on currently because it snaps to the back faces. What if I just like randomly turn it on? Is it gonna be worse? I don't know. That's the only thing I have. I feel like it is on though, so I don't know. I feel like it has been snapping to the back. Drawing the dots is the most consistent. Like if I just draw these dots, but what happens is like when I do this one, see, I can't even get to that edge loop because it's inside of the mesh. Because it's okay. So those ones are definitely all on the inside. Okay, so that's definitely worse, right? So we definitely want that off. So that it's like most of the times it won't do that. I think the dots were basically, or are they? So that's off. The surface offset is like, oh, is that maxed? Oh, maxed is 0.1. Okay, so this is probably like too much. And 0.05 is half. That's funny. So how about 0.02? How about that? Like, can you just not? Do I have to draw? I want to draw big. Can you stay on the inside or the outside so that I can cut this? No, it's still like. I don't know what's up with this thing. It means I'm probably gonna smooth it like outside of it, and then just like shrink wrap it back. Kind of weird, but I like the whole point is that this tool is so fluid. Like this part's like so nice, but not if it flips it. Then I gotta like shake this thing out. Is it finally out? I guess I did have to. I remember struggling through this with like the other pieces. So it's a good tool, but it definitely has its like flipping moments. And it might be that like for a mesh like this high poly, I should delete out the inside when I'm quad drawing it, but for when I actually project it back in Substance Painter, when I'm modeling it in ZBrush, I want the inside, I want the full object. But maybe for this ReTopo phase. Though I said that about the chest, and the chest was hulled already. Like if I come in and just delete all these interfaces, it was still flipping. I don't know. I might have like a core misunderstanding of how this tool really works. And I'm like just barely getting by. And I didn't want to go to this many quads this early either, but now I have to draw everything. But But I figure it's at a certain point I usually hit like a stride with it, and it's like, okay, it's a little slower than I'd want, but like I'd rather it be slow and I don't have to switch back into like regular mode and like uninvert these vertices. I don't think this was the right number of polygons. Like there's no reason for these to be this uneven so quickly. But if you just, I think if you just draw slower, like see this won't quad, like this isn't, I can barely even select the face. I think I have to, did I just delete shit from the back? It doesn't matter. I think what I'm noticing is like, is if you just draw smaller and you don't ask it to like figure out as much, it does a lot better. So I would like, you know, span this whole thing with one and cut it in half, but there's this tolerance with these like polygons along a curve that it basically can't consistently do that, and then it'll start snapping to the inside. So I guess it's a bit of a tolerance thing here. So if we just draw small the whole time, which takes longer and then they're not as even because I'm just kind of randomly chucking these on here, that it's keeping them on top. Though the technique I was taught with this is you do draw them like gigantic, and then let the control click, you know, editing loops happen. But then again, this is also kind of a lesson I think I was learning about doing the belts, is that I stayed way too low poly, and it really doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help any part of the process to do that. It's better to just like have enough resolution for it, like this. So I guess that's me learning that once again, is that like you want to draw like pretty close to the appropriate quad size versus relying on the control cut. The control cut, as I just spent the whole morning doing, it flips onto the inside and the whole thing doesn't like it very much. Like if you're asking the control cut to go too far, it'll flip to the inside and think that that's the right side to do it on. Because this just worked out perfectly. So it's basically smaller steps in general for me. So because that's now we're good, right? And I don't have to go inside and fix anything. I think they're all on the outside. Yeah, so that's the lesson once again. Yeah, and then smooth tool is like, you know, a large part of the value here is that you can do like that terrible hand placed geometry and it just like selectively clean it up, and it won't touch in the default mode. It won't touch the borders ever. So it's interpolating between this border and then trying to make as close to a square as it can of each piece. And then for this pipe here, we're still going to have to come in and like give this thing a whole smooth. But now that I know that this is on the outside, it should be fine. So at this point now I will come in, get back into solo for you. We could look at the actual mesh. That would probably be helpful actually. Yeah, I guess I will. Hold on, come back out. So we have that edge selected, and I'm gonna just use extruding for this versus quad drawing. That stuff kind of doesn't work. I don't feel like. So we're just gonna kind of do it this way and be like, yeah, that's kind of outside of it, but we'll have enough projection for it. Do it again. Yeah, so we'll just do this part parametrically, because otherwise you lose like the face tangency where like there's no like if this was on the local axis, there's no common flat axis that this is on. This is at this is on like an A pose, so there's no axis anyway. But trying to quad draw stuff like this, I just like kind of doesn't work, or at least I can't do it. Versus this way, it's like that's how the shape wants to be. And yeah, I remember making this like a little bit big by accident. And then is this thickness too? Yeah, and then we'll just kind of go down. And at this point, do I have a good scale for this? I don't think so. Like, it's also live. That might need to be like hand done. It looks like it might be okay. So kind of a collision with the arm. I'm just gonna let that be. That's fine for this piece. Like whatever. But still, like kind of my order of operations and general approach to constructing this stuff is still changing. Still learning how to really do quad draw properly. So like, is this a mesh? Like this is like the game mesh now, I guess. Like this one. Little low poly. But yeah, so quad draw, I need to draw slower. Smaller quads, don't make it think so much. Soften that part. I mean, the whole thing could probably be soft, but like in the end, that's a pretty hard angle. Like ultimately, we could add another subdivision in here. I guess that's maybe the move. It's asking it to like that's a big cut, so maybe hold like slightly back towards quads. Let's see here. I mean, with like certain parts of Unreal Engine, okay, this is just like a right angle the way that I extruded it, so we could soften that angle like in modeling. But with like some of the hard like the environmental stuff, if it moves towards nanite, like this sort of stuff doesn't, you skip this phase is what they're kind of like, it sounds like that's like kind of the idea. But with skeletal mesh, you always have to come back to like this like low poly box mesh stuff to rig it until they come up with some sort of like, I don't know, some alternative, which there's stuff they're looking at. This is still pretty low poly. But yeah, that one kind of came out shitty. It's not very good. And it's super low resolution on the radial axis. But I wonder how bad even a smooth would be. But anyway, that's this piece, just kind of warming up. I mean, it's all broken out once you drop the, I mean, nothing will ever fix like that right angle. We'd have to start beveling it, which I feel like you do possibly do on something like this. But, you know, the high poly normal bake does fix quite a bit of that, or shows a lot. Did I delete the, I did. Okay, so we're going to go back into my high poly and do the actual assignment for today, which is this one. So I'm pretty sure I can I'll just hide it, I guess. Why not? Why delete it at this point? So then I can delete out this from here. And now the actual hard retopology. I couldn't even do this morning, but now I have to do this one. Okay, so let's go into solo. I'm gonna go full box. I'm not gonna attempt to do knuckles, or I've seen topology where you keep in mind that these are knuckles, but I think I'm just gonna do boxes for now. So this one's prepped. I'm gonna go open. Oh my god, this right time. Are we crashing on the save? That's classic mine. Okay, so we have like a ton of like we have all the high polys in here, and it's very slow. But I'm gonna go look at the topology of the MetaHuman hand, and probably not go for how they've done it, but just to look at it. And ooh, is it this one? Let me see. So there's a difference between the preview mesh and the actual MetaHuman mesh. This looks like the actual, yeah. So this is like the actual in-game LOD0 MetaHuman, which is different than the preview mesh. The preview mesh is like LOD 2, LOD 3, something like that. He's simplified quite a bit, but this is like the actual MetaHuman that I brought in. So it's super hard to see the topology of the hand because it's triangled already. It's already triangulated. I'm used to ZBrush, where I thought I could invert the selection and then delete it. But okay, it's very hard to see what's going on here, in my opinion. But you know, generally the fingers, right, have to be. It doesn't even select edge loops because it's triangles. Yeah, fair enough. Well, anyway, there are these are cylinders, right, with cylindrical edge loops through here, right, and up here, this is cylinders too. And the thumb at a certain point is also a cylinder, but then it comes to the question, how do you merge one big cylinder into 4 parallel cylinders and ostensibly like +1 right angled cylinder into what this piece is kind of like a cylinder as well. So the triangles destroy me. I can't see them. I can't see the quad loops anymore. Maybe there aren't quad loops. I don't know. I don't think in triangles. I can only think in quads. But I do see, and if we go to the low poly MetaHuman, we can see it a little bit clearer. I do see this loop here. I'm not sure how the hell that translates into this. Or it's here, I guess. I'm trying to find the most inner loop of it. But there is this loop here going around the knuckle. Like this. And then there's another one here. And this one is coming from inside of the cylinder, so to speak. This is still the end of the cylinder coming around. And then finally here we have a loop in between the fingers. And so how does this, and then, oh, the damn triangles. This one goes into the hand, and then this one loops around. No, that's part of it. Where's this one going? It's like not consistent. It's I'm not really sure what to say about the MetaHuman finger pattern. And I don't see anything. I mean, they're just like at LOD 0, there's just so much topology. Like our glove, we're not going to finish it. Like my glove is going to be lower poly than the hand because I can't sort out how this works. But I don't see any like special topology that I've seen. And I guess the special topology happens more for low poly hands, but there's like so much topology on it, like it almost doesn't matter how this works. But I'm sure it LODs down fine. I mean, obviously it does. So that one's that's a lot to look at. But if we look at like the actual preview mesh, where are you? Where is it? I don't have it. What was that? What's this thing? This one. Okay, Maya. Give you a big old restart. I don't know. Maybe there might have been a null, or there might have been a node that was conflicting with the body name, and it just doesn't import it. I've been learning. Okay, this one better import something because this is how I'm gonna skin it. Okay, there we go. I can always go get it again. This is the old MetaHuman skeleton. We wish it was this skeleton, God, but it's not. So looking at the low poly version, this is like LOD. The bodies have 4 LODs and the heads have 8 LODs. But so this is like LOD at least. I mean, compared to that LOD 0, this is like LOD 3 or something. This is like super low, which makes projecting nice because these are like big, smoothed out, low LOD weighting. So when you copy those into the bigger ones, it's nicer. But we have the cylinders here, this circle line. And we still have, it's still triangulated, so it's hard to see, but it might be easier to see this way. At a certain point, there's definitely a full loop between the fingers that feed right back into the hand. So in this case, these loops, like if we consider this one loop, like we deleted the edge, it's going right back out. And what's happening is that, oh no, never mind. Is this a quad loop? It's so hard to tell once it's triangulated. Oh no, I might be wrong. Never mind. This loop here goes through like this. I guess I could try to do it with like the face selection like this. Like this loop is doing this. Like that. I have no idea how it resolves on the bottom. And then this loop is doing this. It's hard to see it. I can't tell if I'm actually right about this because of the triangles. I think I'm cutting in too early. Oh, you know, this really is triangle mesh, unless I'm wrong about right here. Is it actually doing this? I can't read it. I lost it. I see a quad there, quad here, and then is it this? Oh, it's here. It goes back down this way. Because this is a quad loop all across, like the knuckles. Like this is the joining line right here. And so the pointer end's kind of weird. I'm not sure what to say, because then it would be going that way if that really is quad. So it kind of joins back in. But the difference is like this is a seamed edge. Like this is where it gets UV'd. And it's the halfway point of the finger, which I'm sure when we go to look at like the skeleton, which is interesting actually. If you look at the cut, it's not on the perfect side. It's favoring the bottom. Okay, that's important. I was not aware of that. That this line is really like this is the midline, but it's one span down. Is that true on all of this? It is. Okay, so they basically prioritize the, like if you're looking at it from a UV point of view, they're putting more on the top, like the top of the finger is more important than like the bottom. I guess that makes sense. And it's cylinders. We don't care about the fingernail. That's clever too. But we don't have to deal with that. But this knuckle topology, holy shit, look at this thing right there. So there's a weird, how many is this? One, oh, it's a, never mind, we'll do it in quads. Wait, is this a quad now? 1, 2, 3, 4. The triangulation really fucks me. I can't read it. But there's no cute loop strategy that I can see other than like these. For the internals, they're fine. Like this happens, and then this happens. Actually, I can't see it anymore. I might have screwed it up, but there's like kind of these like loops between. And then as you get to the edge though, it feeds it, they just feed it right back into the finger itself. And where's the midline? Leaving what I would, I guess, call like a transition line, a transition loop through here before the actual midway. And then the next question is like, how far does this loop go? I'd assume it's a perfect loop all the way around, but where does it end? Through here. And this topology has to 100, well, there's like two parts of it. It has to now, I don't know if that actually quadded out together. No, this loop keeps going through this way. So there's a pattern. I'm starting to understand it. Like this low loop, oh, I lost my loop selection. But this loop, basically the midline lives under, and then this loop looks like it makes it all the way back through the fingers. This is not including the thumb because it's going to be completely different. But then the line, so there's this line, the edge, but then there's a loop right through here. This loop goes through all the fingers. But then the loop up from that will sometimes be the loop that goes like around each finger like this. And so that loop that we were looking at turns into this one apparently. And then we start to think about the thumb. So that's kind of the finger loop that they're doing. And this matters more. I should go look at the new skeleton. I'm going to make sure that I have that. So there's like two things that I'd imagine like when they're like writing the specs for how this had to get made is one that this thing is a game mesh. So this has to LOD down seamlessly. So like it's not just a cinematic. This has to turn into like a low LOD version of it. And now there's helper bones in the finger. So there needs to be geometry for when you're at LOD 0 skeleton that has all the helper finger bones in it. That, there's something for them to grab onto, because now basically every finger is like the shoulder, has like all this extra stuff in it. And generally for their thumb strategy, so there's still like one of the most important loop lines is this line right under here. This basically like loop right before or this one in case is under. This is the one under the midline. Does it go all the way? Oh no, okay, so the under the midline actually in this case will terminate. Or is it keeping going? Is this a loop? Looks like it is. It just keeps going around the fingers. And then same thing with the one directly above it. And they even have it going across the thumb too. So this is a loop, this is like a hand loop that goes like the whole way up until we get to like the connection point with the wrist, which is a bit of a star. So this turned into quads there. So I wonder how the pinky terminates. So we want to see like what's the equivalent of this below the halfway point loop on the pinky. Like how does it end wrist-wise? So that would be, does this even have it? I see it here. I'm a little lost through here. I can't see it. This got a little bit weird. But it's at least there. And then through here, oh boy, then it turns into like a weird star. Can I sort this back into squares? Square, maybe weird. Nah, this got weird. I got lost here. Quad. Yeah, okay, that's kind of weird. But I'm sure there's a reason that happens, if I've traced that correctly. And then look at the madness in here, yeah. And I wonder if they model this in triangles, like they triangulate it and then they get the cut tool and they're like, okay, let's put some extra ones in here and whatnot. So, you know, that's too complicated for me to recreate like from scratch when I'm doing it, which is what I kind of ended up at last time I've tried to figure out how this hand works. So I'm just gonna make whatever hand I can and just pray with the transfer weights, which I know is probably gonna be a disaster. And then I'm gonna basically hand skin it with this afterwards. So they don't do anything funny. There's like, if you in low poly hands, you can, I've seen people like put extra loops through here because, you know, wait, this one compresses, so you have like a line there, and then you put extra resolution here to help the knuckle bend. But I don't that's not like what this is. I don't know what that is. I'd have to talk to whoever modeled / rigged it, who's Reham. Like what the strategy was. They're like, you know, like what's the thought with the thumb intersection and the knuckle ones. It looks like they're just like whatever for the knuckles. It's just like make it an even box model. And that's old MetaHuman. That's like simple MetaHuman, unfortunately. So let me go back to it in one more. We should probably, I need to find the one I'm going to actually skin to. Do I have that? Oh, it's not in here. Okay, so I need to go find that. So I might need to open up Unreal Engine first before I start this ReTopo. These are all useless, kind of. Yeah. Oh, from you. Oh, no, here it is. Wait, that one. Not preview. Oh, yeah, that's the word. That's the word right there. Pain. All the LEDs are coming in. This is like the actual game mesh. I should try importing from Maya, or from Bridge directly. I'm not, I don't really want to. Okay. Toe bones. Hand bones. Oh my god. Oh my actual god. Looks to be the same hand topology from Lot Zero. Let's look at this fucking hand skeleton. It's insane now. Oh really? I wish I could ignore these. Wrist, inner, outer. So let's go down the index finger. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Are you serious? Oh my god. Oh my god. And I didn't even open them all. This is like the full index finger tree is this. That's like a whole game skeleton itself. Like, holy shit. And then the default Maya skeleton size can't even properly display it, right? We gotta go to like... Where's skeleton? Where's bone size? Thing is massive. Yeah, it's just a massive skeleton, and they're so close together. It's its own world. Almost like rip the hand off and go into like its own file. Just like the head's its own file. Skeleton. Where's bone size? How do you do this? It's not in here. Is it display? Animation, joint size, there we go. So that's 1, so 0.5, that's kind of okay. 0.25, 0.25 of the hands looks about right. We should just like permadoc this somewhere for the rigging phase. Oh my god. Okay, so I should use NG Skin Tools NG Skin Tools helps a lot for this kind of breakdown. So what is this? Your index 01 metacarpal one. Okay. That's the damn knuckle. Okay, that's the index knuckle bone for real. What's this one? Index palm. I got you. Okay, so this is like metacarp. Fair enough. So this is like knuckle. This is like the palm, fleshy part of your palm. So instead of skinning to the bone, like we basically say fuck it to the actual bones that you would drive through motion capture. It's like whatever. They're like the big parent bone, but like when it comes to skinning, we don't care. So versus taking something this would normally be metacarpal 1, this bone here, which would be this. We'll do x-ray bones. That might be even kind of insane, but oh my god. So normally this chain would be part of index 1 actually, like this. Are we in local? Object, that should be fine too. So normally, it's even better here, I think. But normally this loop of like cylinder verts, we would just give it to this bone, and you would 100% weight them, and then the next one, these 100% weight to this, these 100% weight to that, and because it's a MetaHuman with metacarpals, Actually, I have no idea what the fuck you're doing down here, but like some version of this row loops would go to the metacarpal here, and then you would just smooth in between them. There's like a button to smooth them, and you would get a blending of them. The thumb is I don't know. I don't really know. I haven't skinned a full hand, but that's how I would do that normally. But the MetaHuman hand, there's no weights to any of those primary bones. I'm assuming. We could open up this thing, but I'm guessing there's no weight on index 1, and instead the weights that were here now, you split them between this, and it's not like you do the whole radial now. Now it's probably like, and we'll do it when we skin it, as I bet you there's like a hot spot right here, and then it fades out over it, and then there's a hot spot down here, and it fades out over it. That is a lot more complicated to rig up, and we rely a lot more on copy skin weights. And it's the same thing up here too. Like normally you would weight completely to this one upper arm bone, like this whole thing of verts, and no, not in this case. It's like the same idea, but hot spotted here, hot spot the back, hot spot this. So like, and then these helper bones get pose driven in Unreal Engine to simulate the bicep flexing, to hold the shoulder the elbow deformation, to simulate like the pec muscle stretching. Is going to be this one. So there's like basically like a boob bone, kind of, not in the way that like Vroid people would expect it to move, but they have it. It's there. So that's like the pec bone. So we could technically write our own pose drivers at this point if we wanted this to do things. And I'm kind of concerned rigging like our copy weights. So these are the clavicles. No, these are the clavicle. This is the clavicle helper. Wait, no, this is the clavicle bone. These are the clavicle helpers. This is like the kind of like the side clavicle. This is like the back clavicle, whatever they call that. Clavicle scapula, clavicle out, are gonna not be weighted to very much. So normally the head's here, so I get a little help. If I had like a hood, like how I can't copy skin weights anymore. So that's a question about this. But this hand now is like an absolute monster. I don't know how no one else is freaking out about this. I was like, this is now, yeah, okay. So there's no hand strategy. I mean, there's something. There's a construction, but I don't see any like cute loops other than like, there's kind of some loops around the fingers, and I don't know how super important that really is. But then, you know, I don't know what this pose driver is doing. When I get back into cleaning up hand mocap in Unreal Engine, I'll start to see what that pose driver is really firing. But assuming as this finger, where are you, finger 1? I'm never going to select you. I got it. Index 1. As index 1 comes down, instead of doing morph target corrections, I'm assuming this bone comes up and this bone, I don't know, comes out or something. It basically fixes this, like, this pinch that happens can be fixed with a bone. God, how am I supposed to skin to that? It's like impossible. Making gloves for this is going to be so hard. But that's kind of what this project was about. That is something. I was like just about ready to get into like mannequin level skinning, and then the MetaHumans drop. This is why it took me a full year to like kind of catch up to this, and I'm still not there. These damn toes, Jesus Christ. And there's no head. Oh boy. Okay, that's enough. Yeah, that's the deepest I've like looked at it really. I have to look at it in control rig too. We have to look at the control rig that's written for it. Jesus Christ. Okay. Makes retopoing and painting seem like nothing, like compared to dealing with that thing. Okay, well, we got to make a mesh that's going to get stuck on that thing. That's why I tried to get not too far from the hand, so that our copy skin weights will even, you know, kind of do quite a bit for us. Oh, the knuckles! I've kind of, there could have been an easier glove to make to start this test. Well, we'll get into that phase eventually. Okay, so all I really saw from like a topology point of view, and I'm probably just missing it anyway, but there's like cylinder loop, however many, basically. Like I'm not going to be able to guess how many needs to be perfect. Each finger up until a certain connection point becomes a loop. And in this case, the connection point is going to be right here. Maybe one loop here. Even the ZR mesh Nah, see, the ZRM mesh puts the bridge, the loop here, which is nice for like a sculpting point of view. But they had loops that were, no, well, it's kind of there actually, but they loop with, like through here, which makes it nice. But like the MetaHuman topology loops it through here, so loop through here, and then this loop went back into the finger to all preserve this midline here. So I think the first thing is to define the wrist. And then start up the loops around the fingers. I'm going to just go 8. And then we have to define like this big, strong midline, which will also be where we UV it. And then I kind of have an idea about it. So I'm going to try to loosely match the idea of the topology and how the MetaHuman does it. See how it goes. This could take me like multiple attempts of starting over. I mean, the cylinder this morning took me multiple attempts too. But let's call the connection point. It's like, well, I suppose we should make it this leather thing, but it's pretty close to about right here. On the top, I forget what the top looked like. I think the top was pretty flat. I don't remember. So anyway, midline, right? Going to be between here, sort of. The loop doesn't do that though. It doesn't really matter. This is 2. Now, do we have a little bit of space? Yeah. Oops. So we want to make it towards like the. So the midline is not symmetry. Actually, the midline is below, but we still probably approach it like it was symmetrical. Okay, and so we kind of learned to like not prioritize like the 8 quad, the 8 cylinder, but really to actually have it hold the geometry correctly. It's like even this is starting to like, we should just probably forget it. And the hand's not like a symmetrical mesh really. I mean, it has a thumb, but even between the fingers, it's not massively important for it to be symmetrical. So there's something. Yeah, we're not even trying for symmetry at this point. It doesn't super matter. Anyway, there's a loop of polygons to kind of dictate that this is just becomes the cylinder after. Am I gonna do each finger first? I guess I should start it. And do I complete? I mean, I feel like each finger has to have the same number of squares around it. Like that I can't just like completely freestyle that. And if I'm to have them be the same, then it kind of has to be 8 for me. I drew the mid seam in the sculpt, so at least we can kind of see that. And so I'm going to still put the mid seam in the middle of the finger, but I think when you have a naked finger with a fingernail, you need more topology on the fingernail side. Is what I could see that being the case. But for a glove, it doesn't matter, I don't think. So hopefully that's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's 4. Could have been not though. So this way is easiest to look. That's 4. That's 8. Okay. So we have to do that to each finger. Let's start that. Should be pretty easy. That's the sculpt line. Four for the top. Nope. This is too far apart for it to, it doesn't want to paint that, which is bad. Can I move this one? Or it doesn't want to auto-complete that piece. God, no. Really? Okay, I got it. So 4 for this one, starting to kind of define this line here. Ooh, oh, I see. We're like inside for this one a bit too much. Oh, I see. We're gonna haul this all together. Okay, so 8 for this one, so the ring on each. So there's like not enough resolution here, but just for the sake of trying to get the same amount of quads on each finger, I have to just do 8. I can't do, my head can't see any other subdivision. So here's the midline, a little far. And like this has been stressing it out, like it can do, this one worked out. Nope. This one it doesn't like. Can I get that? Then this? Nope. Like it would rather span to the next one And then this is too far in. We have to pull this one back down. But anyway, goal is to get big picture, not start. We're not shaping it. We're just trying to throw down the topology. Okay, so we should stay far away from that basically. So then we divide that up. Why is this one so different? Nope. Yeah, that's pretty stretched. Oh, but I got it. Okay. So they're down, they're even, so that's 8. Do we even do the thumb? Might as well start it. I'm trying to solve this, and then the thumb, I don't know. I don't really have a great strategy for this thing. I'm just going to try to intersect it back in. This one's going to probably need more topology, but let's see if we can pull it off in 8. No, that's pretty far to take it. Like that's just... So this one doesn't need the same. So this one I'll just do it as is needed. So this is now a 5 on top. Oh, that's okay. I don't know how many sides we just ended up with, but something like that. It would be good to keep it 8 and then to go into 16, but you know what? This needs a piece. This feels like it was 10-sided now, possibly 11 or 12, whatever. The thumb's its own world. Like it's just one singular intersection back into the palm, so whatever it ends up being, it's fine. It just seems like chaos to have the fingers be different connections. Different number, like if this was like 9, 10, 8, 8, it just seems like that would be crazy. Okay, so these are the loops that need to all come back together, and if we're like really fancy, we would drop a loop. Basically, this loop terminates into this here. This loop connects around, this loop connects around, and then this loop connects back here. And on the MetaHuman naked hand, they put the midline is actually this here, but we're gonna stick it right back in the middle because we don't have a fingernail to carry. And there wasn't any like fancy palm topology that I saw. There was some like starring and stuff like that, but I think that's just how things meet back up. I didn't see it from like a deformation point of view, anything happening. The only deformation topology is to try to hold, like, honestly, the knuckle, like the way I modeled it's back here. But I modeled this without looking at the skeleton, which we're doing like a specific type of character modeling, which is like skin modeling, where like a skeleton exists and we match it versus making a character and then making the skeleton fit the character. So I probably should have modeled the base mesh with the skeleton in there. I'll do that next time. So the fingers will resolve. That's just fine. They're just cylinders with a lot of topology for LOD 0. I would assume at LOD... Well, I want to know at what point do those hand bones go away with the skinning, but we're going for a LOD 0 MetaHuman, so we gotta give it enough topology to grip onto. On top of that, I have this stupid need to now I have like an art direction hold here and then fucking those things. This whole thing at the bottom is basically just completely filled with leather. At least that's how I finished it. So we're gonna span that. I guess this is that line here. We're starting to make that happen already. This is getting a little bit bigger than the friends. I mean, does that mean we start pull these down a little bit to have it be more even? I'm not sure. Okay. So pretty much any direction that this goes, it has to start here. So it's time to save. We'll come back to this if I like absolutely blow this thing up and doesn't work out. 19, we are in hand ReTopo. But then it's done. And you don't really know how hand ReTopo goes until you try to do hand skinning. And then you don't really know how that goes because I don't have a nice RO. I mean, I don't really know until I like go mocap in it a bit. So I probably won't know for like a month how this is actually going to go. So while I'm in like a low poly mode, How do I loop these? Like, how do I preserve it? I started to do this before when I made the base mesh. Like low poly fingers, I'll go the low poly to start. So let's try to connect these two. So like the ZRA mesh way, it looks like this. We're trying to stay on the top 4. Yeah, we're connecting top 4. Okay, this is like too far for it to stretch. It's like, that's not, there it goes. Okay. So the ZRA mesher way is to connect these here. Oh, did I do the wrong face? I did. I connected the wrong face. Hold on. It's actually this one. That one. Which this forms the midline. So they would merge this here, like that. But the other way to do it is to keep a loop between these two fingers, which I could see that. So it would be like here. And then this. Okay, and then they had to split it, and then half of this goes here, and half of it goes here. What's up, Pock? Welcome to the pain. The hand retopology pain. So the thing is, if you don't split this into two, there's kind of no way to do it. Like, and that's tiny. That's a tiny polygon to try to finish it up. But let me look at like kind of how this loops out. Because this comes to the seam here, they did this. There was at least one loop before the midline, and then this did this. Like it was like that. Like this midway loop feeds back into the finger before the midway point. If we call that the midway point, would be this. Like this goes midway through the finger, and it's the UV seam. So, like if we were to keep this part quads here, I mean, we kind of have a mismatch in topology here. How did they fix this then? What does this become? Like if this kind of works, that's a quad. It's a little different though, is it not? It's right angle into splitting it. Oh, that kind of works. That works for the outer knuckle. So we could do the same thing for the pinky. And then how does this line continue to live? Like, it's not finding that. There we go. We're kind of defining the midline now. That seems rather large, but so where's the midline of the thumb? Okay, so the thumb, I said screw it, and I didn't keep it in a quad, which is fine. But the midline's here because it's kind of off of that seam I sculpted into it. So this is like the midline. That's the bottom of the midline. We're going to draw the top of the midline, which would be this way. This is the mid. And so we have to have these two meet up eventually. We just drew the top midline all the way through. It'd be like, nope. Bro, get it, there it is. So it would be like that. Man, mixing that, so like I'm already drawing such tiny cubes that like finishing the middle is like I'm just drawing like tiny things. And I wonder what the LOD down hands look like. But that's clean, I think. It's kind of weird. So we're just trying the top half of the hand, which is like where most of the action happens. Like this just turns into however you can possibly get quads back into the world. So let's keep trying this one. So this one's gonna have, the important part is that there's a midway quad here that gets split, which is like insane, like it's tiny. What's up, original? This is the midline. Oh no. Here. Oh, and the loop is this way. I was drawing the loop kind of funny. And so then the idea is that there's a loop here like that. And then how does this work? this one, this one, this one, and is that a quad or is that a 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does this go here? Like that? That works. So that's the difference. And this one, this loop goes all the way around. And this one, this loop goes into, I'm calling it above the midline. Leaving the midline quote unquote clean here, but of course it's kind of like, kind of has to get to be somewhat back towards like quad world, but you know, there's always like a morphy edge. And then when you cut this, we do now, if you look at this cut, it goes all the way across the hand. This is looking to be a triangle right here, so we're gonna have to sort that out, but I'm just gonna try this topology all the way across and see how it goes. Oops. So this should be a full repeat, nothing to discover with this one. The exact same. I think that's how it goes, yeah, like that. And then we want to connect for what is the midline, cut in half. And then we need to connect this in 4 polygons. So 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Oh my God, those are huge. That's dope though. So we want to try to keep these together. The midline, they're little tall rectangles, but sort that out. 4. And how'd this work? Something got merged. What merge is this? Is it this? This one. So it's a little funny. Why is this one so different? But that's it. That's it. But it needs like another. It's got like stretched or something. So we got to pull this kind of back down. The fingers are different sizes, so it could be that like this is one's just like longer. Or I was just a little bit more. Like this needs like a. But these are local loops now. Like this doesn't matter. From this line on, you can add as many as you want. At like 1,000 subdivisions, it doesn't affect the rest of the hand. But this is common topology through here. This is common. So they want to be kind of the same. Okay. So the difference with this one is that, now let me look at this. It's the opposite. It's the mirrored of this one, so it's slightly different. We need to leave a loop parallel to the midline. No. It's a full loop and then the midline. That's what it is. So we haven't started to draw the midline. So that's going to be on this finger right here. And we're drawing above. So we're drawing above the midline. I don't know how this works. I'm just going to draw some loops so I can just see. We have to, on the other side of the hand, we have to intersect with the thumb. So it's a little bit different. This one just ends back to, goes right back to the wrist. So this one, there's a loop here that can intersected with this. So this is the midline then, is that right? Where's the mid? Did I fuck this up? No, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the midline. It's not just like not super clear. Looks like that. And does this merge or is that 4 already? That's 4. But the question is this 4? That's 4. Okay, so this is completing the finger loops. Oh, okay, thanks. What's nice is that this surface offset's helping this, and here would have been kind of a disaster to have that go wrong. Yeah, they're card holders. This needs to merge up here probably because this is looking towards triangle world. So we'll keep it in quad world right here. So that is the closest I can do by hand, or you know, from scratch, the MetaHuman finger topology. Lod 0 MetaHuman finger topology. I don't know what the lower lods look like. And then everything after this is local. Now I haven't solved the hand intersection, the thumb intersection, but it's kind of like one-off. It's like, hey, however you get that back in there, like that's fine. It's it doesn't infect the fingers, right? That doesn't matter. I'm sure there's a cute way of doing it, but this was the hard part. And so we're enforcing the midline above. They put another one, they put it down here again to hold. If you cut this right through here, I think it wasn't enough to hold the fingernails. So they have it like kind of like here. So slightly different. And, you know, I think this topology was actually here where the knuckle is. So I think maybe, like, I don't know if this loop went like in a lot more. I think it did, but I needed to do it right at the first intersection to kind of look at it. Yeah, okay, cool. So I actually think this loop came all the way back through here, so that like this part is here, like that one. Why are you topping the hand itself? What do you mean? This is the glove. It's just I didn't make the glove like too poofy because I wanted it to copy skin weights like pretty clean. And it's just also like long term to kind of learn the hand, because this is like gonna come back to retargeting the animations, is to understand like what's actually moving. Like, and then there's another layer of like not only like what's an A pose for this hand. That's always a question that we have to decide. And the Vicon hand is kind of different than this, like very different. And then it comes down to what are the pose drivers doing? Like how, like it's like how do you make a good fist, and how do you make a good like, you know, peace sign or something like that? You know, for like two very easy poses, like what angles of the main bones need to be, like what are the main angles of the hand to make a fist, so that the pose driver skinned bones are activated. Like there's a good hand pose more or less, because they had to program the pose drivers. And so it's like, and what is that? So just getting up in this hand, this is just kind of like learning hand, MetaHuman hand stuff. Whereas I probably could have taken like the MetaHuman hand and like scaled it up and like kind of shrink wrapped it to this, but I think that's like a disaster. And it's not really like, I'm not like them learning anything either. I'm just kind of like trying to like hack out some sort of like skin. Versus this is how I learn topologies. Like I build it from scratch, and I would like to be able to skin it from scratch too, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen, though I would try eventually. So I think these were actually here, so there's like, but I can extend it back. I just wanted to know if this would work. We want to move this here, so I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna go back out. Like if you're gonna make gloves for your MetaHumans, how are you gonna skin them? You know, how you gonna topple them, and then deal with the skinning. So almost definitely I'll loop 2 in, because if we remember how the MetaHuman skeleton is, there's a bone here called metacarpal. No, it's index metacarpal, and this is index palm. And that metacarpal bone is meant to morph this. This is the knuckle topology. So we need to pull this back a loop. Did I save as? We're in 20 now. Yeah. Okay. So we got to take the same idea. We still have like the holding topology, but the loop has to happen back. So that one's still good to go here. But what happens is it's more like, ooh, is it really this far back? I'm going to prototype this. Oh no, this topology, that's a fun one. We'll just forget that this is here. Just forget that topology. Oh no, this is still gonna loop. I guess we'll leave. Oh no, did you go to the inside? Don't you do that. Come back. Oh no, I can't get it. And then it's not gonna make a square, god damn it. Oh no, come on. Come back. I can't even select this face. There it is. Get out of here. Make a quad. You sad. You make me sad. It's like there's no there. What are you talking about? It's on the damn inside now. God damn it. You know what it is? It's because I'm gonna delete this the whole face. That's what we're gonna do. Fuck that. Make a quad. If it doesn't make a quad, it gets deleted. That's how we do this now. Okay, so forgetting that those spiky things are there, we start to picture corner frame these things like this, and it's like that. Wait, that's a triangle. Damn it. How does this how does this work? Oh, I see. Wait, it's no, it's that actually that this is here. That's how this works, like that. Yeah. Okay. Topology life. And nope, it's this one. Am I missing a loop? What am I doing? This needs to line up here. What have I done wrong? Oh no, this is a different story. Where's my loop? So this one was supposed to, I want you to span here, but then this is a triangle. So I've screwed up the pattern, but I'm gonna get it back. This lives its own life somehow. How do I get this to work? The important part is that this loops back into here. Oh, I did it. That's it. I did it. You're still quads. Okay. Yeah, it's slightly different story. Okay, so this is still can be screwed. Wait a minute, that seems funny. Is this a loop? It is. Okay, that's the important part. It's a loop. It's just shaped in a way that's kind of weird so far, but we don't want to stretch. This is getting odd. Again, their finger didn't. I don't know how perfectly it quadded out, but I would like to make my version quad out. And then here's the thing. Once I make this base hand, we're using this base hand over and over again. I'm not going to redo this every time. I'm coming up with my base topology. I'll ask them how they think it is. And it doesn't really matter what they think. It just does it skin, and can I skin it, and do I like how it animates? That's all that really matters. But okay, so we kind of have to do the same journey to these, and then it's repeating, and then this is mirrored over there. So we added this here, like nope. We will just delete this there. And so now this loop lives completely outside of the hand. Is that 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's getting a little funny. But now the loop is completely outside of the finger. Like the 4-finger top. This lives here, 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 and here, like that. It's not shaped like a finger. I gotta kind of bring it back in. That's a little bit, this is a little weird. Like this. I can't say that I like that, like that for knuckle topology. This is so stretched. And what's this loop do? Ouch. That's not it right here. We're gonna need some more. If we're like, you know, we're already in squares this small. This is like 4 times the size of it. Kind of a problem. Hey, what's up, Thomas? You can fix the UV-seam issue by setting the projection on the chainmail material to triplanar. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see if we're gonna get back to Painter today. This hand looks like it's my whole day. That's cool. I'm sure there's a lot of Substance Painter stuff I'm screwing up. When you do the color mask selection, you can change tolerance levels on a slider on the bottom of the right side. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Oh, on the mask selection. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know there were settings for that. Okay, cool. Thanks. I think maybe this will kind of help. No. I kind of need to have another Maya session open with the MetaHuman hand. I'm not sure that this is it. I kind of don't like these merging back together. You know, I don't remember if this actually loops around. No, is this actually a loop? It is, but it's an ugly loop. Super ugly. Because it's ugly. We can go to triangles. I'm just trying to like stay quads until the end. But really this needs to stay like this. Why is this so bad? This is my take on the MetaHuman knuckle, but I don't think it's not very good. Like this wants to stay a little bit. Now, wait a minute. There's a knuckle loop. So we have the loops, and it just ends up in like this kind of odd. So like if I add resolution here, ooh, that's a problem. So if I add radial resolution to the finger, that's a problem. I see. I liked it better when it was right at the index 1, but really it's a metacarpal 1 piece here. I mean, it's like way more complicated than it needs to be. Because what I could do, if I say screw this, trying to make this nice loop, I'll just pull this mid polygon all the way back to the wrist. Would be the simpler version. Like this is getting, I don't really like it, but I don't know. I guess I want to see what it resolves into, and then I can talk to other, mostly riggers. I'm like, how would this hand rig? But to the MetaHuman skeleton, like who rigs to the MetaHuman skeleton right now? Not that I don't know anyone who's doing that at the moment. It's all studios. Like there's gonna be games coming out on a certain console pretty like whenever that are MetaHumans. But I don't get to talk to those people. So someone's doing this, and someone fucking requested this. That's the crazy part. I was like, hey, like, we need you to up the bone count on this skeleton. This came from feedback. This is not out of nowhere. Like someone asked for that. Same with the feet. Chris said it on Twitter. He's like, there's some game studios asking for these feet bones. I was like, fuck those guys, man. Why would you do that? Fucking caveman games incoming. Ugh. Okay. Anyway. You're a quad. You're a hair. We gotta start breaking these pieces. Yeah, they were cuter when they were just right there, but they're not helping anybody. Like you don't need resolution. You don't need a loop at the index 1. Doesn't help anybody. Oy. Boom, boom. I just want to see what this layout looks like. More than anything, now that I've started it. So this goes here, here, here? That doesn't seem right. No. Wait, no. That's it. Like that? No, that's a box. We need to make it a loop. It's this. It's that. Yeah, that's how it loops together. There you go. So now we have a loop. But the loop, I screwed it up. Oh no, the loop's going into the finger. Oh no, I screwed this up. No, it's one layer back. Okay, hold on, I gotta delete this. These quadrilles kind of fun for this step. This is kind of like, it's not so tragic to like come back and delete geometry. It's this. What did I tie this into quickly? What's going on? There's something wrong here. Is this here? Is this like all one square? Is that what's going on? It's this. Oh no, wait, what? How does this work? It's the exact same thing as this. So no, this has its own full square. And then this is a square. That's what it is. Oh yeah, okay. It's a funny one. Yeah, you gotta do that. Yeah, okay. So that's the topology. We gotta like come and like make it nicer, but maybe it just never gets nicer. It's just like a bad idea to do this. And then these could like technically merge in like that. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Right. So it's like, wait. Oh no, wait. There's the loop. Loop goes back into the finger. But we have individual, the idea was like, how helpful or good is this? A loop between each finger like that, a loop between this finger, and then this last loop goes back into the hand, above the, one loop above the midline loop. Whereas the MetaHumans put the loop on the bottom, but I'm fine here. So that's this, like that. And but it's one back actually now. So the experiment is to take it all the way back to the knuckle, which this isn't based on the bone. So there's you need to model this with the skeleton in the view, because there's a chance the knuckle's like here, or it's like somewhere like not where I've modeled it. Oops, big oops. Basically, if this doesn't work, my Witcher doesn't have gloves, so we just use his hands. It's just fine. Like that's what I've done for all of them, because hands is like scope wise kind of a big project. We'll take this subdivision. So this loops back through here. So that means that at least these two have their own faces, but then these start to share on the way around like this. And I might have been one row off. We'll find out in a second. This needs to like kind of come together somehow. How do you finish this? Wait. So one clean loop. We have a one edge loop before, so we loop it into the third one basically. And then one loop before the half line. Yeah, okay. So somehow this loops back into there. Now, is there that many knuckles? I think I went one too far here. Yeah, we did. So we got to come back out. I get it. These bridge, that's it. It looks like this. That's not it. This. No, that's not it either. That's how it loops. And then this one, is it this? That's it. Okay. So that's the topology. That's the thought. And then clean it up, obviously. And then it needs to all, you start to triangulate. These turn into, you basically turn two quads into one with a triangle, two into one with a triangle, and then you match them back up. And then same sort of idea here. If you need to like reduce the radial resolution back down to fit here, because otherwise there's like 1,000 subdivisions in the wrist. It's like, that's not what we want. We want like 16 to 32, something like that, 24. And then, oh my sweet guy, you just start making quad patches down here and you smooth tool the whole thing. So this was more of a question than anything. I would imagine whoever 3D modeled the MetaHuman hand would look at this and would kind of like understand like what I tried to do with it. So it's again prioritizing obviously isolated finger resolution throughout that to the end. Even here at the glove, because I have like a fingerless glove kind of thing. But at that point, the priority switches from a ring that goes around back into the finger, a ring that's completely isolated, and then a ring that goes back into the finger. And then also as I finish this loop will go entirely around the entire finger, all of them, even the thumb. So we prioritize this edge loop all the way around, which for the thumb, it's going to be kind of random. It's going to end up in here. But I've already continued this loop here. So those are like the road mark topologies that I've gone for. And how that all turns into a hand at the end, I don't know. But basically it's like you pick a couple of rules and then how it lands. You could almost have like probably like a program figure it out for you at that point. It's kind of how the ReTopo tool works in ZBrush too, where you can draw quad loops and say like keep this edge loop, and then ZR mesh. It's like doing that by hand, basically. So I don't know. I'll try to finish this hand and see how this goes. There's no way. And so I've kind of learned it's like, unfortunately for this project of retopping the hand, it's like quad draw really likes you to keep your quads nice and small. So it means you end up drawing a lot more by hand than I was trying to use it for. But we're like, look at this. If you drew every single one of those, you could. It's kind of a lot. Even this is an awful lot too. That is kind of where the patch tool exists. Is like you grab like 4 at once. You're like, but we jumped like right into ReTopo to pull off this. Should probably try to sort out the. It's funny because there's like there's like those you can't even see them for some reason. But we're hoping that the metacarpal does, finger 1 does start there. Like that. Okay, well, let's see what finishing this hand goes. We did pull off what I consider MetaHuman. I think that's MetaHuman hand topology. And then the inside's like whatever. I don't think there's anything crazy going on there. So this first loop's going to be the hardest, right? So how do we continue the first loop after this? We'll go. It's an irregular pattern because of the edge fingers have a different number of loops than the middle fingers do. But that worked out fine. And so now we're starting to come back into like, this is the transition row of topology. But we haven't started reducing yet, which we're gonna, there's a world where this That would be a lot. A lot to intersect, but like, so like this we probably have, like, let's just be like somewhat more realistic about how much it's going to be in here. It's like this. We're matching it up back with that. And I should delete the midline so that we keep a strict midline while I'm doing this, because it's not 8, so I can't visualize it at all. So the midline for the thumb's coming back through here, and I didn't model a midline, but say it's this. And so we're kind of been prioritizing the top. So I'm just going to delete this so I can see it for now. I don't have to do that many. I just need one row. Be like, this is where I said the mid is. And again, realistically, we have to kind of have the right number of resolution to hold the curve, or else the quad draw tool freaks out. So maybe it's something like this, and then maybe the midline is here. So we'll start to kind of like match this up. And it's just a puzzle at this point. And staying sane. But if you saw that, like, this is still like half the resolution of the MetaHuman hand at lot 0. They have a ton of resolution. And I think you basically, my theory, my guess is that you need that resolution for those helper bones to actually fire. Like, this might not be enough for the helper bones to actually work. So we'll see. So at this point we might try to reduce, but we'll see how it goes. Oops. Because this is a lot. This is a lot. Too afraid to smooth yet. But all this janky, like, whatever, we're just throwing down quads, and then the smooth tool will smooth it out for us. Okay, so if I looped this, it's going to add radial resolution. So this is another pattern thing that I have to sort out, because like we're stretched here. And this is stretching because we're starting to interact with the thumb, this area. Whereas this stays very like cylindrical. This starts to be like, the question is like, so we hold this loop. This is like dictated by how the MetaHuman hand topology works. But there's nothing saying I have to loop this back. This could just go straight back here, and they kind of just merge back together. But we have this gigantic polygon here relative to the rest, here and here. But that starts to kind of fuck with this. Like, I don't really want to, like, these are 8s. These are perfect 8s. And I only want to add those like at the end if I really need to. So this is a bit stretchy, but this is a pretty clutch part of the hand here. You see this a lot. So it's not like a place where we would want like a stretched polygon. That being said, the helper bone is back here. Like, the bone is we're gonna skin hard right there, and it's gonna radiate out. So this isn't gonna have a ton to work with. I forget if there's like a metacarpal helper bone. I'll have to find out. So anyway, this can loop back. It's a little low on resolution. Or we just loop it straight back here and then intersect this into this one, which is kind of the way I'd rather go. Like, this is large. It's a large quad. But anyway, try to take this one back to the hand. Okay, we can like, so if I delete this, I mean, for now, we could just like, as far as a roadmap, be like, don't do that. And so just intersect these back together. So it would be kind of like, we keep this like basically in a box model mode. That was too many. Is that a quad? Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay, I see. Okay, we're gonna need something here. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any way around that. But this just goes into the, and then there's gonna be some sort of like star. I'm pretty sure I can keep this thing entirely quads. I'm not gonna need. Okay, so here comes the point where like this is the point where they're starting to merge. I would kind of like to keep this loop here though, to be honest. I'd rather keep this alive. This, yeah. So we'll probably we'll keep this. So it's the immediate thumb loop, another reinforcing thumb loop. I feel like we want to keep this loop here too. And then do we keep another one, or what? Like, so basically, when do we stop looping? It would kind of be here, which makes a star, right? And then it would go like this, crap, like that. Like this. So that's the thumb rejoining on the top. That leaves us pretty thin right here. Shit. Come here. Okay, we're just gonna grab this. Nope, we're not. Okay, come here. It's because this is really bumpy. Like in 3D space, this has a bunch of sculpts on it, so the tool's kind of sad. And if anything, I start to kind of like push it back the other way, this way. This is like computer part where we just hit the smooth tool and just where. And then what are we doing here? So that's okay. Importantly, I left the midline kind of exposed like this. So yeah, so we're pretty light. I mean, again, this I should just hit the smooth tool at this point. I should probably just do this and just kind of see what it kind of wants to do. I'll even let it hit that. That's fine. But if we look at the density of that, and then we look at this, it's huge. Like that's, and we're starting to get to the wrist. Okay, so we actually want to start protecting the wrist, which is going to mean like, actually it's not that important, but as we go back, there's just as much radial resolution as we want. But we don't want to like leave this too thin here because this bends this whole area. When there's going to be, I think 2 wrist bones, maybe 4 now. But there's 2 wrist bones at least here, and that thing goes like 90 degrees both ways. So you need a lot of resolution loops right here. So like at the minimum here, and then like 2 after. And then you can go start to be more thin, but the MetaHuman does have 3 twist bones, I think, up the first arm. You need a lot of resolution or else it gets stretchy. But let's just finish the top of the hand. We're like kind of getting there. This is thin, and the way I've done the topology, we only left 2 here, but I'm glad we left this row because this is going to cleanly go around, but it's thin here and it's thin there. That one's safe. So actually if I chuck an extra line here, I could kind of like split the difference between this and try to thin that out, but there's nothing to save this 5-star intersection right here. This means a loop all the way back through, which is kind of gross. Like I don't like breaking this at the moment. But I'd rather leave it, and if it's terrible in the skinning, then I have to come back and add more resolution. But right now it's pretty clean. Looks pretty nice. Oh no. This one? No, not this. I like that. Nope. Okay. This one's below the hand is what's happening. So get out of here. There you go. I'll just put it back. Gonna bully the quad draw tool to actually work. Okay, we didn't even try to hold this line, but we're gonna have so much resolution we could easily hold that this art direction here. Though it's gonna just get projected and it doesn't like super matter. Wow, I've never drawn, or I don't really draw a ton of quad draw stuff with this resolution, but I suppose the hand is that place. We'd have like 4 less rows if we just took this line straight back, but it kind of worked as like a poly reduction actually to do it this way. I don't know if we need this kind of stuff though. I'm lost. It's this one. Okay, lots of quads, too many quads already. Oh no, oh crap. I guess we need it. No matter, we're just gonna see how much this is. There's so many. Oh my god. Eek, so much. I guess I could count it. Not that that number's like super important, but I wanted to know how many quads like on the top this would equate to, and I think it's the same on the bottom. And the intersection here is going to be the same thing where there's a star, probably like right there. So it's pretty much the same thing on the flip, but this is just like not as important, I don't find. No, what are we missing? The whole row here, basically. Okay, so now we're going to start to deal with the fact that like this was done pretty minimally if you look how, especially like how gigantic this row is. So I don't think there was a way of reducing, but we're going to start to deal with the fact that there's one more row here. So we'll just do one more split. So basically we don't need this one. The what? Come here. Get out. There we go. Oh no, perfect. Never mind. Lands right back up. So a bit of wobbliness on the back here, but Smooth Tool kind of will start to move this back towards like even. Yeah, it does it really, really good. I should hit the Smooth Tool like a lot more than I do. I don't want to mess that up just yet. The knuckles need to be played with a little bit. But okay. And the border, given the tool I have, the tool settings, you just do the border by hand. And it kind of sets the rules for like all the other ones after it. So that's a lot. That's a dense ReTopo. But the MetaHuman triangles or quads are even smaller. So that's our halfway. And so like it's the mirror on the other side. The thumb though, I might like how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I did a 10 I did a 10 cylinder versus an 8 cylinder for the thumb because the thumb's kind of bigger. Like it's just a bigger piece. So stretching at any point I think would have kind of broken it, but so 10 subdivisions for the thumb. Let's just make sure we do 10 on the back, 5, or else it won't be symmetrical. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did it perfectly. So this is 10. If I loop this right here, that's 10. So it's just the exact same mirror minus the knuckles. Oh, actually, that's very different. Never mind. There's no knuckles on the bottom, so it will be a little bit different. But anyway, we're 4 on top for these, 5 on top for these. Flip them, and we don't do knuckles. So it should be even easier to resolve this than. I mean, it's definitely easier to not have knuckles. And we're gonna have like 3 times the amount of. We're gonna have this, so at least double the resolution on the top. So basically the top has the knuckle loops and the bottom is box loops. So we can kind of see what that resolution would look like in the end. It's a good time to save. But yes, I've been holding off this phase for quite a while. But I had enough coffee today, so I resolved it. I like how this is completely in the corner. That's nice. You can't even move it. Okay, so another question was how many polygons are on the top of the wrist? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I might have. Oh fuck! I didn't get all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ugh. So that's 26 around. That's not that far from 24. That's not that bad. I'd almost call that 24. So it's 40. It's almost 48 around the wrist. Huh. I was wondering how that math worked. So it's probably like, is it 4, 16, and 5? It's 21. And then some like intersection rows makes it 26. Is that what it was? Wait, no, it's 13. I'm sorry, it's 13. 4, so 12. How did that end up being? Oh, did these end up as reducers? Didn't I say that was 13 around? Huh. That's interesting. I kind of want to go look at like, not today, but I want to kind of look at like all the LODs of the MetaHuman bodies and start to count their radial resolutions. And that will start to inform like the clothing too, just to kind of know it's like, oh, LOD 4, it's like we're doing. And see if they're like actually square number, like is it square numbers? They're not going to be base 2, but if they're like base 8-ish, or base 4, just like see if they like kept to rules or they just model it and it's whatever looks good. I like rules; gives me something to start with. Okay, so the bottom of this thing, I almost want to hide the top, but that's kind of pointless because we have to intersect here. So let's see here. What is this going to look like? What is the main difference here? So we're not going to do all of this, but the thing is we're still going to have these tiny little polygons here. These are the main things coming down. That looped to the wrong one. We still have these itty bitty like in between the finger polygons, unless we do something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this turns it into 4. And then we can start to do it's still 2. What am I trying to do? Oh, we would need the flip. Wait. How do you turn this into 1 polygon? That didn't help. That just put a triangle in there. Wait, or is that a reducer? It's not. How is it not though? We took 1 point. We could also have just pulled this edge. I'm trying to have less polygons on the bottom. This is the same thing of what I just did. This is a better version of it. Oops. I'm trying to have this become 1 polygon. I don't know how to do it. I don't know. But anyway, we still have these little tiny polygons coming down through here. It's kind of annoying. Oh, the move would be to merge this into a triangle, which would be a very kind of an odd face then. Yeah, if I merge this, is that right? I don't know. I need to keep drawing it out. Man, I wish we could model in T-pose. This is it's so hard to move in A-pose. A-pose hand is just like there's no axis. Well, let's see how this resolves. They're probably not pulled all the way out here, but I just need to see them. Maybe we do need to loop them, because how do I lose them? Lose them then? I don't know. This is the crotch of the hand. This is like between 2 legs. This is the same thing, same idea. Yeah, let's just pull these in between pieces all the way through. Where are you? Oh my god. There you are. I see. Okay. Jesus. Get it. Get it. Nope. Oh, we also had it. The looping might have worked as a reducer. I can't see that yet. It looks like it has, because it took 16 and brought it into 13 somehow still. So are these reducing? If you loop through here, it does. It must be. It's reducing 4. Like there's 4 quads here. Well, we'll do the middle finger actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. But by the time it gets to here, it's only 2. Oh, so the loops reduce. Oh, okay. That probably makes sense. What's up, Bagheera? Yes, we are doing gloves. Yes. Welcome. Looks fun, yeah. I mean, you're going to do character art, you got to do hands. And normally you have to make the base hand too, so. But yeah, I've been skipping it until now. Like all my MetaHuman mocap demos, I haven't made gloves for them for this reason. Okay, so when you do this quad loop strategy, having a loop through here, you take what are 4 polygons on the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, and by the time it makes it to the intersection of the hand, it's become 2. So we get like a lot of resolution here, but then less here, and we're still in quads. So we actually do have to do this at the bottom, but we might be able to do it at the immediate finger versus keeping it here, which doesn't make it any easier. But and in this case, we're taking 1, 2, 3, 4 into 1, 2, 3, I think is how that works. Because we're keeping this row, but it's gonna going into, we'll look at it on this side. That one's going into the thumb, so it's kind of a different story. But we're taking 1, 2, 3, 4 on the top. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. I have 5 up here. How come I have 5 on this one? Oops. Oh, what the hell? I think I've done something wrong with this one. Does this one have 5 too? Oh, it does. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Oh. Huh. I screwed this up a little bit. Or it's different than I was expecting. We have 5 around for the outside fingers because I kept this loop. This extra loop is adding 1 versus trying to... Oh, I thought I was doing something fancy the whole time. I'm not at all. What is this loop doing? This loop was supposed to go back into this finger, into here. But I mean, it worked out. I mean, this is still reasonable. This this where it kind of falls down is right here, but it's a, you know, it's a finger into the thumb. So that didn't sort out so nice. So there's a better way of doing this. So I thought I was looping this into here. Oh, so there's a star here. I didn't realize that. Oh, okay. I don't think you could do this with less topology. I mean, you could, but I mean, like, look how stretched this is already. So what if is there a way for this line, if I looped it back into here, we would lose this row? So that would basically end up putting this kind of like into here probably, and that's not, I don't know if that's better or not. Okay, so the top topology is a little bit different than in my theoretical of this. I didn't execute it correctly. Or maybe it's not possible. It just didn't fall down that way. But we actually have 5 on the top of the outside fingers. Interesting. Well, I'll try to connect up what we have and see what happens. But I think we do want to end up looping through here. Jeez. I'll do an easy finger first. This one's easy. So we'll do these 2. Kind of would like to get into bigger polygons if possible, but we might not be able to. Oops. Through here. So do these connect? Because like we don't have to loop, but if you do loop, we can kind of lose polygons is the nice part. So let me undo that. So needed thinkies. There we go. Let's see. So given this amount of topology here, we're kind of doing this one. Is this not a cut there? Oh, there's no cut here. I would like to stay low if possible. Let me try getting rid of this. Wait, where's the middle? This was supposed to be the middle. I see. Okay. And ooh, this is getting tense down here. It would want to do that, and that's too much. That's way too much. So we have to drop a loop here. How come the bottom needs more resolution? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How come the bottom is needing more? What did I do? Is it because this never made it all the way through? Like, what is... I gotta start this over. Is this supposed to be the midline of the finger? No, this is the midline. So how did I do this before? How is this? I just never resolved it. That's what it is. No, it is through there. Wait, what the fuck? How is this working? I guess we're just making gigantic quads through here. So the fingers are going to need more resolution. So I've still not done like the final up-res of this to make this actually rig properly, but it's like that. That's what this is, I see. We're going to need more radio resolution than this around each finger. Like we can't leave the fingers at 8. So I didn't really plan this. I don't know what it'll look like when we like quote unquote smooth the whole thing. Oh boy. And then this is what like merged here. Okay, better turn that caps lock on. That's currently the mirror of it, but that's definitely not going to be the final. What happened here? What's this extra piece here? So it turns out the end fingers actually have 5 radial to hold this extra edge loop. We haven't like cleaned them up either. Clearly they're all over the place. So does that mean the bottom needs to have 5 too? We'll find out. That didn't work. I'd rather they don't, if possible. This is going to connect there. I don't know if that's right. I'm probably making loops. I don't have as many rules down here like I did on the top where I was trying to make knuckles. Now I'm just like, we'll just see what connects easy. Oh, so these are starting to loop through here. I'm not mad at that. That's like the ZR remesher way. That's how ZR remesher was doing it. This seems like we have more resolution. What happens here? Is it this? Is this going to continue the loop around? It is. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so this is ZR remesher style, is that the loops happen between the fingers like that. Versus these loops back here go like that. It's pretty different. That's cool that you can combine them. I mean, I'm not saying this has worked out yet, but we're kind of combining them, the approaches. And this is just a box model. Is this 4 here? Can I pull that off like that? So far, yes. So what's it look like between here? Can we do it? That's crazy. That seems like way too much. How did I reduce that? Something's super wrong, but that would be great. I mean, it's, but then what's that end up doing? This is too much. But like you could snap that to that, and but then just like no resolution down here for that piece if I do it that way. So it looks like it has to be kind of like this. So we're still looping that, versus when we come up here, how does this loop? That starts to loop through the knuckle. Interesting. Because of this, yeah. Okay, so this is the box model way where we get like this. Somehow we've reduced. This has come straight down, but this one looped into the finger. So we could have technically looped this into the finger, I guess, too. This is a right angle. Is that what this one is? Which one looped in? This one. We took this face, instead of coming straight down, looped into the finger. I don't know how that's going to play out across the whole mesh. Versus this middle one, this one came straight down, and it's going to make it to the wrist, basically, is what's going to happen. And I mean, it's kind of okay. It's just as we add radial resolution to this, we're just going to have a ton of resolution, like very stuck together. Let's try this finger. So this is finger into edge finger. This is finger into finger as far as like, so if you don't, basically, if you don't loop them in, they're going to both make it to the wrist is the thing. We're not reducing at all. It's when you loop them back into a finger that they start to, like this is less polygons. There's a lot of opportunities in like kind of like non-deformy places to loop them. So that would start looping that piece versus like, again, taking it all the way to the wrist, which we kind of don't want this to happen. So in this case, so it's like if we were copying this finger, this looped back into here like that. And this one looped, and this is like not a face anymore. And then in which case we wouldn't need this. And then this became, I don't know about this like paying it to the left every single time, but then like this one looped here. That's still viable. Whoops. Like delete these. This could technically, I can't get this now. This could go here. And so we're looping both of them, and then this ends up in a triangle. And so we've reduced it into one polygon. That's the solve. And then it's a triangle in there. I don't like that though very much. And this is a fairly active area, and then this doesn't loop. There's no loop there. The loop dies, so it's not great. How bad is a merge here? Ooh, this gets kind of gross. Star, still a triangle. How about this merge? That's pretty good. And then so there's a loop here. This is local. Oh no, that loops back into the, oh, this is the loop of the knuckle. Is that what that becomes? This? How does that work? Oh, that's very clean. Oh, that's very, very clean to end it that way. Okay, that's definitely how the bottom's going down. There's this double merge. because we keep this, and that's the knuckle loop. That's great. That's really good. And then this just merges here. And we're reducing, right? We've taken 2 into none, pretty much. Whereas this one we kept. So let me try to do that to this one too, to the end finger. Though the end finger doesn't have a clean loop in general because it loops through here. Oh, maybe you can't do that to the end. That's only like an inside finger trick. But that's perfect. This is great to have it be like that. Like this is independent as I need to up res here. And that just stays in the by itself. And then this goes back to the knuckle. It's pretty cool. Those ones. So this should be the exact same thing if I can figure it out. Get rid of this little thing. So basically we know that these fingers basically directly merge together. It's bottom face. So that's going to be, I can kind of draw like the how it terminates. Do they touch directly? So it's top row don't touch, third row touches. So it's going to be, this is a quad somehow. That. I think that's how it should end. No, I missed a row. Wait, where's the row? There's 1, 2. No, I too early. I'll just draw it and then merge that. That's how that row should connect. And then the outside row. Oh, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, is it fine? I don't remember. But this one didn't. This one has like this extra row here. Let's see what happens if I connect this all up together. So how did that loop through? This loops through into, this one goes where? It becomes the third row somehow. So this one, oh, I see, it's like this. Now where's the rest of that shape? There it is. Are we missing a row? Like that. It's a little stretchy down here. But we can always add this through here to match it, and it's local. Okay, cool. That's perfect. So why didn't I do that to this one? I think we should do the same thing to this finger too. We don't, this is kind of gross. We don't want this extra piece here. So where'd the double go? Okay, so this looped in too early. This piece here is clever though. It's kind of nice. Actually, no, that is the reduction. That's it. That's how that happens. Does this go here? It's the third row touches. The third row angles touch. 1, 2, 3. So these touch here like that. And is it a merge? This must be just like a straight up. You just merge it in. That's not right. What's going on with this piece? How do we fix this one? This loops through here. No. This loops into the third row. How did this one work? Oh, maybe we didn't finish it. Did I not finish this? We're doing the mirror of this. This should come and loop into the third row. And then this loops into the third row the other way. So how did this do it? That looped into the third row. It is that, but what's this? What's this piece here? How come there's an extra polygon face somewhere? Is it just an extra row? Oh, it's just an extra row. Wait. That wasn't the solution. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's a way that this resolves. I don't get it. What have I done? Do I have an extra loop somewhere? Looks like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I kind of want to delete these just so I can see better, but I mean, this ends up doing, like, we're getting this poly reduction through this loop style. What's different about this? Let me draw these out. Maybe I can see the pattern out here. What's different about this? This seems pretty pulled this way. This doesn't merge here. That's what's wrong. There's a loop through here. What's this extra polygon? What's this extra loop there? This loop continues through the fingers like that. We don't have this loop. This loop is here, and then this loop dies. So there's clearly a quad here, but I have this like extra loop that I can't resolve here. We have 1, 2, 3 from the connection line through here. Ooh, that's a little different. Wait a minute. There's an extra line. There's an extra face. That's what this is. There's an extra, or is there? At the loop line, the topology is clearly different. I've screwed something up here. This is meant to loop all the way through. This should be symmetrical on the other side, and it's looping directly in. So what happened? So this was supposed to loop across instead of, oh, I finished these differently. How's this one? Okay, so I didn't finish the fingers symmetrically. So like this, I would have wanted to go through here and back up here. So I just looped them out differently. So what's that gonna mean? There's basically 3 here and 2 here. That's the difference. And the 2 is better. Okay, so I gotta fix this. Let's see here. I'm gonna save as. This will be some cool hand topo. I'll kind of like make it more general, and I'm gonna probably use this over and over again for all my MetaHuman hand things. If I can clean it up and rig it nicely. So yeah, so there's 3, there's 2. That's the difference. So as I cut in here, this is the loop, nothing basically. But this one should have cut around. So time to delete things. So this is the loop here. And so this doesn't exist on the other one, I think. The outer knuckle looks different than the inner knuckle. Yeah, you got it. That's 100% it. It's this. Gotta get rid of these. This needs to loop through. So I'm just gonna start drawing that. Let's not worry about this yet. We had an extra loop. I box modeled it. I box model ended it instead of loop ending. So I think this probably connects at this point, and then this loops through like this. And then that means I didn't end this correctly either. So what's this gonna do? Interesting. Actually, that seems fine. What's this? That loops all the way around. Is that even possible? That's not even a bad way to do it. How come this one doesn't loop all the way around? How is that a loop? Look at this. This is a square. What? How is this am I losing it? I think all the caffeine's left my body. That's not a loop. The loop is this way. What the hell? What the hell is this? What's this cut through here? That's not a quad. There's no line. I'm gonna have to come back. I think my brain's turned off for the day. That doesn't make sense. This loops completely around. This thing's on drugs. Right, there it goes. Oh, it's this row. That's not a loop. This? What do you mean? Through here? It's jumping across. It should jump that way. I'm gonna like delete the history off this mesh or something. Anyway, something to look at. We still maintain this, which was what was important. And this. Oh, what the hell? It's looping crazy now. Anyway, this loop exists. I can see it. So I don't know what the quad draw tool is doing right now, but anyway, we reduced that down. So what that should mean now is that this loop through here, where are you? It's this one. We're just gonna kind of bring it back into like a normal place that I can see it. Through here, what are you doing? I see this one. should loop back into... Does it really need this extra loop here? I guess this was wrong, just like outright wrong at one point, so... This seems wrong, but let me see. That's not the same. There's only 3? No, hold on, wait a minute. Is this the midline? Damn it, I keep screwing this up. That's the midline. That is different, right? Like this isn't looping through here now. No, that one is. This is the midline. Where's the midline of this one? I've been drawing this kind of funny. Okay, so I kind of have it kind of scooted funny. I'd like to keep these kind of towards the middle of the finger. Definitely the caffeine has left my body at this point. Thinking hard now. Let's see. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3 with the middle 1, 2. It's not right. It's not correct. Okay, so almost there. We want even. We want that 1, 2 cadence. As far as the pattern, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're still fine. Wait a minute. No, we're not. This is from the top line. Oh god, did I only draw 3 down here? 1, 2, 3. 4, 3. There's only 3. I see. So there's a loop here missing. Or something. Something is wrong. I only have 3 on the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1. And I drew 5 on the top, but that's like what we discovered. 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I only drawing 3 on these ones? 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it. It's the same thing. I can't mirror like a foot. Once I draw the topology right on a foot, I like can't mirror the other side of it. It's just practice, I guess. Wait, is this 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the mid. Okay, I need to be like clearer on this. I wish I could like. This is the mid. I've confused myself. This one's the mid because like that's where I chopped it, right? Like there's no topology here. Something's wrong. That's the mid, meaning that this is the bottom mid. You're like stuck in that thing, right? Oh no, I can't even grab it. Come here, this, get out of here. Come back to me. Oh no, still stuck in the hand somewhere. It's because there's a big topology change right here because of this like fingerless glove thing. I'm trying to keep this visually clear that that's the midline because it's throwing me off. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4. Is it? I'm so confused. Damn it. It's part of it's I can't grab it. And it's 5 on the top, which we discovered is fine. Because we basically have an extra. We have the regular finger loop and then like kind of like an extra loop around the... We want this to loop all the way around the hand. So we added that in. I can't get shape of this again because it's like inside of it, but... This is the middle. I have to just like believe that that's the middle, even though it looks like it's off. Meaning that this one's a little bit over. Okay, so there's an extra loop. How did this happen? This one, where are you coming from? Because it's 1, 2, this kind of stretchy tower. And so this one's different. How is that possible? What happened? Because I want this. This is local. This is local. This is, well, this is local, right? I can't even get it. Where is it? I've misdistributed the finger somewhere. 3 of 4 are correct. This looks fine. Then we go into the mid. What is wrong with this? I mean, this is a fine way to end. It's just not symmetrical. I might just fucking leave it for now. Anyway, I ended up with an extra loop here somehow. Because it's like 1, 2 down, 1, 2 down, 1, 2 down, 1, 2, 3, 4 down. What? Like, what happened here? This has double. This pinky has double the wrist resolution. Is the problem. So I need to sort that out. But anyway, that's coming together as a concept of like, let's loop the fingers basically with this row, and just I'm trying to poly reduce the bottom as I go, and have failed miserably somehow. How did this happen? 1, 2, 3, 4 midline. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the midline. I'm going crazy. This one's the midline. And I think we're 5 on top, which is like, whatever, fine. I am going to delete this just so I can see that that's clearly the midline. Like, this doesn't matter. Like, I know this line's back up. I need to just like see this like for what it is. I like can't see it now. Right? Mid, right here. It's like this whole line. We don't really care about connecting it. So that's the middle, meaning this is the middle. Meaning this should loop with this. How did that happen? That we didn't. Now we're looping, let's look at the top. I need us to delete verts again. 1, 2, 3, 4 to the mid. This is looping how? Back out. Looped around. Looped around. Okay, well just do it the right way. Okay, I feel like the loop tool is broken now. Anyway, this is, I see it. This is a fucking loop right there. So there's loops. This loops here, which seems fine. Immediately after, this one loops there too. So up to here, it seems fine. Then what happens? Like, that's fine. It's this star. 1, 2, 3, 5 lines are meeting there, where it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's still the same. How come I can't see this? What is going on? This is still the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, wait. Is this the same shape? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Loops here. Loops there. Loops there. Meaning it's like it's saying that this is the middle. Then this should be here. And do I just have one too many subdivisions there? Is that all this is? Like it was just like a local resolution there. I feel like we're gonna end up with the wrong amount of faces for some reason on this, but that's supposed to be the match like that. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Except, yeah, not even. Get out. God damn it. You get out too. Oh, it's the ridge. Okay. Oh no, did this merge by accident down here? This is fine. It's because this is the midline. I'm so tired right now. What? Oh, okay. So like it should be like this. Just can't count to 4. I can't count to 4 anymore. It's like that. And then this finishes there. And this might have merged funny or something. And it's inside. I can't get it out. Are any of these outside? Any of them? No? I can't even like that one there. Get out it. Like get out. There it is. Nope. So now that one's in there. Sad. Quad. Become a quad. One of these vertices is inside the mesh. It's that one. This one's inside. I can't get to it. But anyway, that was it. That took a long time to resolve that. That's the match. And if I could just get these vertices outside of the damn mesh, it would be done. Which I can't. Fuck you. Going into the stupid mode. Oh, but Lord help me, there is no axis for this. Yeah, oh my god. It's like kind of close to this one. And we'll snap you out of this mode. It's kind of this. Kind of that. be a quad. I'm gonna finish this in like old school. Here we go. Fill and bridge. That's finally it. Oh my god. But that's the question I had. Oh my god, that's the question I had this entire project is like, how? Oh my god, Quadra is so good when it works. This is so much harder. This is real 3D modeling. Oof. And I have no access, so I'm just like failing. We just need screen space. I don't know if you can switch to camera space. It would be called in Maya probably. Is there camera space actually? That would be custom. Is it called custom? Object world component parent normal. Is it called custom? No. Is there orientation from? Is there no screen space? I'll have to look that up in a second. I really do want screen space movement for Maya. A lot of these things. This got all jacked. But that's the resolve on the bottom. And so the question is, should I have just done this up here? It's cool that you can do both, that sorted itself out. Because like this is just like way less polygons. How does this even work? I feel like we have an n-gon somewhere. How did that really work out? That there's no n-gons in this? It looks fine. We just end up with star, like a 6-point star right there, but that's okay. Oh no, it's a 5-point star. 1, 2, 3. It's 6. It's 6. 6 lines going into 1 dot versus 4. I think that's pretty close. You know what we didn't do is this here. That's a little bit different because like that loop would then have to span onto the bottom. That'd be fancy. But I think I like the knuckle topology because then it comes down to like, I'm going to use this mesh for sculpting later on in like my future glove projects, that then I could then kind of like extrude these here. There's like kind of like quad patch would kind of easily turn into like knuckle detail. So I think I kind of like it. I do wish, I think my next version of this, I would like the loop to not flow back into this, but rather flow back into around the knuckle, which would be kind of like how this one flows around. This one would also flow around, fully around it, making a loop here, and then we would just have loops in between the thumb. I think that just makes more sense. There might be a reason they don't do it that way, but we did the thing where it flows back into the actual finger, which I don't like. I would like them to be full islands. I mean, I kind of want to do this. I mean, I can start that. I kind of want to do the ends again, but this down here is like straight box modeling. Which took me a long time to come at. I feel like, so if I did, so the thing is, the question is like, if this loops all the way around, so it would come out through here. Yeah, the thing is, how do you end it? Yeah, it kind of doesn't work. I'm sure everyone who models characters has gone through this journey. Okay, well, let's make sure this thing's back on quadra mode. So we'll take you. Are you ISO'd? Yeah, we are. Okay. Is this live? It's not. We're going to go live. And quadra. There we go. So it's pretty good now. We got to hit it with the smooth, but we'll get there. Oh, no. This is still inside. You son of a... Get out. It's because there's a ridge. There's the... Well, actually, the ridge is there. So I don't know why that one's still stuck in there. But anyway, that's how we're going from, wait a minute, did I even reduce? Oh, I did. I reduced the inner edges. So in this one, on the top, there's these 2 edges that split off to handle these extra loops there. But we transition them out at this point while still staying quads, while still preserving like pretty decent loop placements. So we reduced the inner edges out, which I didn't know if that was going to be possible. And then you can start pulling like this whole line out all together, which I think is more stressful than it's worth. Like it doesn't always work out. I definitely want to see now if you loop completely around each finger, but considering that the MetaHuman hand doesn't do that, There's probably a reason. It probably doesn't resolve in a way that's like pretty. Now, do we need all of this hand resolution? We do, because it's what's holding the thumb on. Okay. So we're intersecting in our, what is this now? This should be 8. Oh no, it's an extra loop. I feel like this one's different. Is it? Okay, so the inner fingers only have 2. The outer fingers have at least 3. Is that right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So it's 5. So this is 10. This is going to be, this bottom side is a 10 gone. Half of it. Meaning this will be at least 10, if not. Actually, that's what I would want. So when do I allow looping? Okay, so we kind of have to approach this from the thumb now. So we're going to say that this is a hard angle to hit. I like that this is on the outside. That's helpful. So we decided on the top to keep one more loop around the thumb. I think that's going to be good for animation purposes. Yeah, so we have a nice loop that ends up in a star. So we're going to expect the same thing on the bottom. That to get this loop back into like the fold here, we're going to end up in a star. So let's see how this goes. Oh, the goal was to have this loop. Is it that one? Or is it? It is this one. The goal is to have this go around the entire finger loop once we close the fingers. So we're going to start to make our star pretty soon. It's going to happen one of these polygons. Oh my God. There we go. Okay. Now, I think I messed it up actually already. We want that one. Where'd the star happen? It's up here. I think that's a little high. Still a loop. And as long as this, well, this side is different than this side because there's a thumb, so it makes sense for them to be different topology. But let's see how this kind of boxes out through here. Well, it's different than that side, so we'll see. Though it's not different than the top. Maybe it is. I don't know. So then all of this is just a cube. It's just a grid. But the question is always this intersection here. So we're having the same kind of thing where like we're getting like a funny amount of stretch through here. And is this topology necessary? Because once we're away from the thumb, it becomes up to us. So we kept it entirely, we have 3 loops on the bottom, but you see that it doesn't actually loop out. So is that going to be a problem? So we have the star here, and I have the star here. So this is different. I think the star is supposed to be like there. This is looping funny. Yeah, no. And oh, there's another one here. Let's seam this up. When the quad draw tool works, it's great. When it doesn't, not so great. What the fuck? Are you serious? What? Right here. Come on. Come on. I'm going to have to go into like it's because the edges are on the inside again. The verts. Well, anyway, this is 4 quads in there. If it would let me do it. It's not. This thinks this is on the inside. Come here. There it is. I have to like wreck the geometry to like get it to actually work. Oh my God. You serious? It's right here. You're killing me. Dude. Oh my God. Come on. Get out. Now it's out. No, it's not. It's definitely not sad. Sad. Anyway, quad. And a star down there. We have 3 on the bottom, which is funny, but then it loops. This one ends up looping back in versus connecting. We could merge these together and then have the star here. I could see needing this loop, considering how active the thumb is, if we do something like this. Then this loop continues all the way around. But then this loop is, yeah, we still got to sort this out. And we ended up doing like a partial loop here. It's kind of funny. But I kind of like the idea of this, so I'm gonna see if I can clean up the bottom to match that. We would reduce these all out, basically delete these all out. But all that matters is like the transition to the thumb. It's not, this stuff is whatever. Like, that being said, we do kind of also, well, not 3 rows. Like if the wrist joint is here, it's like there's still 3 rows to hold that deformation. I like the idea of 3 like this. And then this is clean through here. This is still clean. And then we enter the finger loop situation that we made for ourselves. So I like this topology. I just hope that I can get the quadrille to just convince it that these are actually should be quads. It's like, it still doesn't believe me. There it is. Damn it, are you serious? Dude, what do we need? Okay, so if I can't grab this vert, the vert's inside, which it doesn't look to be at all. You know what we did? We delete, right? So the strategy was going to be just like keep deleting the faces that don't. That's just going to end up deleting like all of them. Oh my god. Quadrille, just do it. Why? I feel like if I restart Maya, maybe it's going to behave again, but I could be wrong. Anyway, I could finish this in regular 2D as well, but I have to come back and reshape this. Do it. What? It doesn't like this one. I guess there's a lot of movement on this, so it's like, I see there's like this big ridge through here, and it's that doesn't, we haven't like tried to like keep it. I just need the topo down, and then we can do the shaping and stuff like that after. But to have this be consistent, we need it up. We need this one up on the ridge, or else it stretches it too much, and the quadrille doesn't like that. So kind of have to keep this up here for now. So now maybe this is gonna understand this now. Nope. Oh my god. How many edges do I have to delete for this to work? There it goes. I see. I get it. I get what the problem is. Okay. There, finally got it. Is that right? This is looping. It's just weird because I crunched that up. That's an interesting intersection. This is bad, but I guess this is going to be clean to drop this in here now. Needs that. Even now. And then what's this looping out to? Just more radio resolution? That's not bad. And this is gonna force way more down here, but just for now, it's like, okay, it's the same thing again with like this ridge. This is too much of a stretch for it, so we need like a, okay, never mind. This is still just like invisible to it, this piece here. And I don't want to delete that one. But anyway, it resolves back into a patch down there. So our landmarks that we've given it 3 rings like that, this is resolving very odd, not great. And it's at a point of deformation too, like right here. So it's kind of like, I should probably decide how I want to this all the way through. Is this a loop? That's technically a loop. So I could kind of like put it here. That's very weird looking. But this is technically fulfilling holding this loop, which transitions into that loop. But this is very, these are very out of shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, when you have 6 coming together, it's a little bit weird looking. Any advice for someone who wants to get into mocap? Live rigging? That's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I would buy a VR system if you don't already have one. Ideally, like, still the Valve Index is the best. I still think the Valve Index is the best for VR control rig programming for like mocap. And then start to write your own VR solvers. You should follow Fofamit. That's pretty much it. There's not a lot of people programming that stuff. And I don't know if she actually talks about like the actual coding part, but like shows kind of like what the end result looks like. And if you don't like programming control rigs, then you or animation blueprints, really. You try to do your best with a perception neuron or a ReTopo. But if you go that approach, you'll never really fully understand like what's actually happening. You'll just kind of learn how to work with their solver and their hardware. But it's a lot faster. You'll get up and running a lot faster. And just stick to upper body, face and hands. Learn how to build those solvers quickly, basically get those up and running, and then move into full body, which I haven't gotten to full body yet myself. I'm kind of waiting for Unreal Engine 5 to finish up the rest of the animation tools they're going to give us. And then I'll build the Tundra Tracker, 7-tracker full body solver. This thing just does not want to connect these dots for me, so we're going to do it this way. Doesn't want it to happen. I'll force it. Yeah, so I kind of want to like UV this, and then you can study the topology in flattened out mode too, is another way to look at it. Kind of like a Marvelous Designer way of looking at things. Though Marvelous, you're not usually looking at the quads until the very, very end. Fill the hole. So this is reasonable. I like the bottom because, well, actually we have the 3 loops for the thumb now here. I think that there's probably a different, the thumb is active all the way through here. So we don't have any like kind of like, I could almost put a loop between these 2 fingers going back to the wrist. I could see that happening. And if you look at like the memory folds on your hand, that's where your hand folds. Like there's also ones like through here, like a loop. I could almost loop through here, which it's almost doing. It pretty much has it like that, actually. This loop will be that. But I could see another one coming through here and like reconnecting back with the wrist. But this will just patch out basically at this point now. This connects down here, down here, down here, down here. And it's just going to be adding, I think we said there's 10. I think it ends up being there's 10 polygons when you do 8 finger. This is 10 here, so this is 10 here. So this will be 10 here, like that. So I think it's 13 on the top, 10 on the bottom for my most minimal MetaHuman-esque hand ReTopo. And I'm kind of okay with this loop going into the finger. I thought it would be interesting to have it go completely around the finger, but if you think about it, there is no way to go completely around the finger because it ends. So this is a termination style. I don't think it's possible to terminate into this loop while keeping this loop. Once we finish the fingers, this loop's going to go all the way around every single finger and also becomes a very straightforward way to UV. I think this is pretty cool, and this probably leads, what would be interesting after this, once I clean this up, because I think the MetaHuman hand is staying the same for a while. I hope its general shape is like, this is my MetaHuman base mesh for ever making gloves for a MetaHuman. And it might be interesting from like a subdivision surface modeling point of view to start like extruding out like like knuckly stuff that you'll see like on like paintball gloves or like, SWAT gloves. See, this one's all like, what's your normal like on this? I need to do some research onto the some Maya transform stuff, and if not, I'll start writing like a plugin for it, because I need to move this in screen space like how you would do it in yes, good, okay, turn off. Oh, okay, so component mode's actually kind of doing it for me. So there's like knuckles on it. That's what's going on. I found your channel from Xanadu. Yep, that makes sense. Yep. Whole mocap metaverse channel thing, everything I can about mocap and Unreal and the other software involved. Okay, interesting. Yeah, if you can afford an Xsense, that's a great jump start on the whole thing. Component mode's working out. The vertex normal is actually pretty good here. So I'm gonna turn off live. I can kind of model this out. This is worth my time to finish this hand, because this is the base hand now for all my ReTopo. Not even ReTopo, just like modeling a MetaHuman hand, glove, anything, gauntlets, everything will come from this retopology. And so I should get this base hand in like a really good place. Now, in this one, it has like gloves, so there's like going to be like an extra loop on it, but this is my base hand, and I have a base hand and a base foot now to sculpt from that fit the MetaHumans fairly well, I think. We'll see from a rigging point of view if that's true or not. I'm gonna color this too. I really want to study this on my own. I'm gonna delete this one, it's not needed. I'm gonna finish quadding this, UV it really quickly, and then and then poly color it, so I can study the loop structure that I tried to put into this. See if it's how that looks. I almost want to do this outside of Quadra because Quadra is being very stubborn, but I knew this hand study was gonna come. We're not even halfway done because I have to rig it. But just coming up with a topology strategy was the deal, was the step. You know, because like then when it comes to rigging it, I need to have like an understanding, or I like to be able to like communicate what my strategy was, so then I can adjust it. I'm like, so which part of that was possibly wrong when it comes to like skinning it? And the thoughts are kind of like, maybe I need a loop here. Like I could easily pull a loop, sneak that one in, leave the 3 radial, and pull a loop, or maybe take this, I don't know, add a loop like through here and really prioritize that from the starting geometry. The other question is what happens if I smooth this mesh? That might go like absolutely go crazy. But it should be like reasonable to smooth this. I mean, it's full quads. Okay, so let's see if I can patch it up, UV it, and then I'm gonna color it. Let's save. Having done this now, I could retop. Now that I like have tried the strategy and I know it resolves, I could redo it from scratch probably much faster. When you're doing it for the first time, you're like, yeah, I don't really know if this is gonna work. But having done it at least once before, you have like, the word isn't confirmation bias, but there's a name for it when like you know it's gonna work. Live Quadra. Yeah, so this project has resulted in me having some like MetaHuman base meshes at the least, which is nice. I wish Quadra would just like actually work how it's like intended to. I think maybe something I've done wrong, but see if I can get these to just quad out. We'll smooth it, UV it, and I'm gonna leave the fingers off for now because like the fingers just resolve into you basically put a quad at the point, and then because it's an 8-gon, it's an 8-sided cylinder, it resolves in a very simple way. And we don't have to handle fingernail topology, so even easier. So these are extremely uneven, but the smooth tool does wonders, so we'll be fine. Okay, so now we're starting to think about the thumb, so we need to be a little bit, tiny bit more mindful. Yeah, of course, it doesn't see that one, sad. Let's just deal with the ones it does see. Okay, so now we're gonna have to start thinking, how does this go around? So that's a clean, easy insert. How about this one? Also clean, but not even. Okay, so now we have to actually solve things. So we can start to do stuff like this too down here. We can even go into triangle world if we absolutely had to. The hand is like just kind of chaos, so whatever finishes it, finishes it. Let's do this. So we're at our final transition row here. Hopefully. We can do weird quads, that would be fine. We're clearly needing resolution here. These are fine as well. This looks like it's going to start solving itself through here, and it's only going to be at the thumb area where we might have like a funny merge later. Scoot this over. Drop this one in. Nope. What? Let's clear this. Make it. There it is. And so here we have our final resolution, and I would definitely start to scoot this stuff over. This is getting very stretched down here. We could drop, if we drop a resolution line through here, it's going to go all the way through the finger, so I'd rather kind of clean this up here. And is this a clean line? It's not. See, that's going to double back on itself. So we might need a triangle, or we might need like a 6-sided, a pulling one. This is a lot of polygons. It's hard to negotiate this many. How does this not loop? Okay, so we have our final funny bit, and I want to smooth this out. It's below it. whatever. We're not at the cleanup phase yet. How to best handle this? Is it not this though? Oh, this needs an extra loop here to mostly hold this. See. Now, is there a clever way to not have? We can't cut this. Because if this cuts through, it adds another one. So we have to solve it. Like basically right here. This needs to get solved. That's a quad. This would be a quad. And then this would be a 5-gon, which could be a triangle. Or we merge a loop together. Or we merge like something like that. You do not want to give me this face. This vert right here. Doesn't see it. Or was that not existing? Hold on. I see. So we're gonna, I'll solve this in regular 3D modeling world and then I'll bring it back. Oh, it's still sliding. We'll just turn that off. I definitely want to redistribute this row, though this is not that. Jesus. We're gonna have to re-snap it to the actual hand. This one seems like it's inside. Anytime the mesh becomes convex, or concave, it's snapped on the wrong side pretty much. So obviously this needs a cut here, but that's gonna loop all the way around. So what's the easy solve for this? And clean solve. That's not a triangle, hopefully. Let's pull these out. And if I reduce this edge, where does this edge come around? This edge wraps around to here. Really? Is that because of... Oh, this is the problem. Okay, so it's revolving from this. I never resolved that. Okay. You know what? So if I instead start cutting through, we kind of want to delete... I think I want to turn this into a loop and then delete the whole bottom. Because if I can get this one back into a line, a loop like this, which would be cutting here. If I cut this line through there and delete that edge, this loops and it's just pulling the loops out, I think. Let me save as. I'm going to try to do that. This is more like regular 3D modeling stuff now. Cut through here. Oh, and this is that same pattern that the MetaHuman hand has now. I see. So like, yeah, it's negotiating a cylinder into like the right angle cylinder. It's basically this. Oh, we're not done though. And then this one cuts through here. Is that right? Like this. Like we can take more radial up the thumb. Doesn't matter. And then quad loop all the way around. Oh, okay, but we actually have to finish it. So it would mean that this oh man, yeah, we're in like weird space here. So we'll snap it back to the we'll live draw it back onto the actual mesh surface. I just need the topology to be right. That is this is that loop here. I just need this. And then this. And if this is a quad loop, I delete the whole bottom and just like regenerate it. What the fuck? We need to, oh. That's super, oh, it's a triangle. That's why. I was like, that's not usually what happens. I see, we have a triangle in here. So we've deleted, let's duplicate this. We're in ISO, so I probably just hid something I shouldn't have. But at this point, I should be able to... That is very interesting to have 2 edge loops with a triangle. I have not ever tried to work that into like my toolkit of doing this kind of stuff. Okay. Please tell me this looped around. What did I just do? Oh no, what did I do? Wait a minute, I just deleted way too much stuff. Okay, so how does this loop end? Okay, don't 100% doesn't loop around, get it? Okay, we're not done resolving. Crap. I thought this was gonna loop around clean through here, and no, it's completely spiraled. Okay, so where is that? Getting funny. So if I was to pull this around, it's a triangle, basically. Again. If I start deleting and deleting and deleting, oh, I didn't build this symmetrically, so I mean the hand top and bottom supply is very different. So the star is there. There's a way to resolve this, and the star is there. The thumb is pretty symmetrical. So where does the asymmetry come in? This loop doesn't line up with this loop. It's not symmetrical. Like we need to keep this line. The thing is, like, it's like this line is perfect. Like this is great. Into the star, we just need this to line up with that. This needs to go into there, which I think that means, but you can't lose this row. Okay, it's not gonna be that easy. We're gonna go back. Okay, so I can basically just get rid of this thing. This is not it. I tried. So now we need to solve it. I mean, I want this to be a nice clean cutoff because I'm going to use this hand topology for everything. And I don't want to just be like, there's some shit gone in there. I want to figure this out. Like, how does this resolve back into, we can't have this. I don't want it because I want to be able to use this for sculpting. So I want this to stay quads. It's just this part. I figured out the hard part of all this shit. This is less hard. So we went for a loop, right? This is looped. Perfect. How is this loop? That's the spiral double loop because of this triangle. So first of all, this is just not allowed. Like we can't do that. One way to poke a triangle into a square is to drop a loop through here. That still ends up in a weird double loop, but let me see what that looks like if I multi-cut through here. And then kind of redistribute the resolution. This is now a quad, technically. And then let's see where that puts this loop. It's still a double loop. You can double loop with a quad. I have never tried to do that. This is probably how you sculpt folds, to be honest. I think that's probably what's happening. So what happens to this loop? This inner one ends up being in a radial loop. I see. Interesting. So this does what? Oh, we still have this thing. Oh, we can merge that. I see an ending to this. It's not my favorite, but wait a minute. Is that true? Merging this, and that's a quad. What's that shape? I mean, there were a lot of these weird things. Oh no. It's not a quad. It is a triangle. So undo. There were things like this I saw on the MetaHuman hand too, where there's just lots, because like once you go into it's all triangles in the end, but I want a quad mesh hand to work with. What's the point of this exercise? So we're close, but I'm obviously off by one. Like, so we have this like split thing where it's like, and if we allow triangles, you just fill it and you're done. But I don't love that either. I would like this like clean foregone meeting we had, and then there's like this extra radial resolution means something went wrong, and then like, yeah. I mean, this can resolve. I've seen quad hands, obviously. Anyone who's, you could just chuck this into ZR mesh or even with the quad and it might do it, but I want to keep this like controlled topology for now. Yeah, that's gonna need to get, we reshrink wrap it later. I want this just to go straight down, damn it. How does that happen? There's somewhere ever I feel like I can lose a row. Like, but I can't see both sides at the same time is the problem of this thumb. And I'm not sure how to count this either because this thing turned off of, where's the end gone now? Oh, there's the triangle there. Okay, we pushed it back kind of a row. This is, I don't know how many faces this is. Let's count that now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, what's this? I feel like this was extra now, but anyway, I keep counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What am I counting? Yeah, and I kind of don't define. Oh, it's minus these two. This looks to be about the middle line if we're gonna UV it later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I knew that. So 6 around on that side versus 8, 11. Is there a triangle? There's the triangle. Let's delete the triangle out so I can see the problem area. How do I sort this out? So is it, I'm wondering if there's like, this is 5, but not really. And then I wonder now if doing one of these loops will sort it out. Doing a loop reduces 2. It's still an odd number. Is that the problem? That this was odd? Six. No, it's even. And is it 6 on the other side too? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7. It's 7 on the bottom. This edge looks like it was added a bit haphazardly, though I get it. It keeps this a square. So if I make that 6, then it's 6 and 6. But this was added because, I mean, this needs it. It's all, that would have been extremely long. 7. So should I... It's not symmetrical as that. What's throwing this off? What if these all merge together? What's that collapse into? Some sort of like weird 5-gon. Let's see. Oh, that can't be good. So a bunch of triangles. But this loop almost keeps going. Yeah, there's no way. And what happened with these two merging? Triangle. Triangle just moves over in that case. If we keep pushing the triangle, it flipped and it moves over. We already have a star. I thought the star was going to sort it. It's so close. I don't know why I can't sort this out. But getting rid of these two triangles is all I need. And then this is like a nice happy place. Like I'm really pretty happy with at least executing the question of this. I think maybe I got a little bit sloppy by not enforcing an actual radial resolution of the thumb. Just like freestyling it, I think might have screwed things up. So is it, let me just double check this one more time. I guess I might have to reduce 4, 5, 6 versus 7 on the bottom. So where could I lose it? It seems like I could lose this line here pretty easily. It really needs it as far as shape though. And this could be screwed it up. So 6 versus 7. I don't think that's the problem because this is 5 versus 7 down here. What is this gonna be? This is so close. Poking the line did do it here. I just don't like it, but it did work. It just drops like a really uneven amount of radial resolution. I'd almost rather take the triangle. And if I cut this through here, what does that look like? If I turn this loop here, let's look at where this loops around. That loops into the hand. So that's the problem, is that instead of this looping around, it loops into the hand. That's the main issue, is like, so, oof, yeah, that one's super bad. Like, what would it take to have this one loop back into the thumb? They need to have the same amount of resolution. I think that's like a first part. Where's the mirror? I'm going to delete the mirroring. Where is it? We're going to delete the face on the bottom of the mirror, which this is it. It's here. This feels really bad. Here, did I add that in? We almost had 5. So how bad is it? If I delete this, we have like nothing holding that shape together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's our top. That's what we'll UV. Okay, this is what we're looking at. So we have a pair here. This loops around back into there. That's pretty symmetrical. That one loops back in. It's pretty symmetrical. This one goes into the wrist. This one doesn't. So the solve is to pull this one down and pull the matching one down. We have to finish those the same way. That goes around, or we pull this and we loop it back around into the exact same one here. So we finish these in different strategies. This one has less resolution, it seems like. We need to finish them the same way. I have to kind of like delete a lot of stuff. I wish live draw worked at the moment. I guess it will. That's the problem. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is bad. This needs to either loop back into this loop, or this one needs to come down. So that's the third. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth one in. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the problem. This one needs to loop down. I think deleting it might work. I can also color it real quick. I might give this thing a color. I'm gonna make a new. I don't want to mess up the ones I'm using these materials, so just leave it. Where'd that go? Oh, we got a lot. We got a lot of materials. What did I just make? A Lambert? It's this one. Call it just poly marking. I have to start coloring these. This is so confusing this has gotten to me. So we're gonna try to say 1, 2. Oh, what the fuck? Good, good, good. Possibly fine. We have to do the same thing. 1, 2, 3. This loop is very bad. That looping all the way around is the cause of the main problem. So we need to loop these two down. These got to go down, and that might just like wreck the whole inside, but the hand is kind of fine. So let's see if I can do this in damn poly draw. I think that's the issue. And then so let's keep counting actually. So then we'll say that. Oh, I didn't mean to color this one. That kind of doesn't matter, but it does. Hold on. Actually, if I color the matching loops, I think that's the only way I can visualize this. I should do this more. It's kind of a good way of doing this, I think. So you are Fong one? Or Lambert one, probably. Like that. So that's this. Not that this is resolved either. But these are the matching polygons. And then there's 2 here and 3 there. So that's the main issue. We gotta strip out a row of polygons. Basically, this row's gotta go, I'm pretty sure. We gotta match these up. And then we'll merge these together. And I'm gonna have to go like reseam it to the actual mesh. But this will restore symmetry. This has been the main problem. Get there. Wow, it's so slow for some reason right now. I don't know why. It's iterating over like the whole. It's re-indexing It's renumbering every single vert, or something's going on. Yeah, so when I start freestyling radial counts, bad things happen. So definitely in ReTopo phase we keep everything even. So this is now, let's keep coloring these because this row is now safe and good, and then this row is coming down. That's good, and this row is not. I see. Okay, I see what happened. Fair enough. So let's take. Oh, and this merges too. I think. Yeah. Okay, so basically these are good. So I might give them like a, I mean, it's pretty clear to see, but I just want to color them to make this very obvious for myself what the hell's going on here. So new Lambert. I like this coloring strategy a lot. Let's do poly marking good. We'll make him green. Of course, I lost my poly selection, but yeah, that's fine. Let's do poly marking green. Yeah, okay, that gets good. Okay, so hopefully here I can solve this now. And I kind of want to go into live draw, but at the same time, live draw is kind of screwing things up. I think my computer's getting slow or something too. So these loops, good, symmetrical. This loops around symmetrically. This needs to come down. So we'll just try to fix. Is this going to break things? So this goes out. You just need to come straight down. So we need to prioritize that loop here. Damn, why is the selection so slow right now? Oh, never mind. Merge, center. So now this loops down, and this triangle figures something out with that. This loops down, this loops down, this loops around. At least they're the same. So this one needs to loop down, and this one needs to loop down, and this one needs to loop around, and we'll just start deleting shit and try to join it back up later. So this would be much better in live draw, but we need to start cutting and merging stuff. So these two merge. Center. Now it's going down. We're about to have a real problem. This one's looping. This one needs to cut through. I think this all stemmed from having an uneven radial cut. If I had this kind of trouble on each finger, I would have quit a long time ago. I'm just going to cut and then we'll just sort it out. Yeah, it lines back up with here. So, okay, it's not even trying to make that one happen. And then here to there. Okay, it doesn't like that. There it is. That one. So now that's looping through once I kind of merge some stuff together. And then we have like chaos, everything else. But that's what's priority, I think. This triangle is NG. Let's see if I can merge this all back together now. See if that wrecked everything else though. I think that's gonna, this will restore it, the merge. Now that's a loop. This is going down. Once I make it go down. What's gonna fix that? Merging these two? Created chaos across the entire rest of the mesh. Do we add a polygon or we lose a polygon? I think we merge all of these together. Is that right? That seems crazy. Let's draw it. Let's get this going here. And then your mirror is this, which needs to be this. Needs to come back together. This one's good too. There is way less topology back here, so I guess that's what we're trying to do. I feel like this messes things up later, but or, I mean, it definitely messes things up, but okay. So we have symmetry here. This loops up, and this loops around. I'm gonna color that too. That's something we want to keep. I can make it green, can't we? We can make it that a good loop. I'll make it green. We have this one. So that's what we need to keep. So now we need to start reducing in a way that's consistent and then try to end in quads. Oh, what the heck happened here? Oh, these just got selected by accident. That's fine. We'll just undo, fix them. But this is where, like, so this has all been gated. This stuff is all good. That part's good, and then we have to solve those back together. Lambert 1. Okay. Okay, so I kind of got loose on the thumb strategy, but now I'm starting to sort it back out. I'm tempted to just delete everything at this point. All these faces and then quad draw them back on. I think that's what's going to happen. Definitely, because this is just chaos. Like, this isn't, these are like quad triangles and all sorts of nastiness. So that's a good start from there. And I don't know if we have to match the number of quads at this point. I don't think it matters. It's just resolving this corner. And then this loop is a little bit like, it's the equivalent of that over here on the underside of the thumb. Symmetry is good. I should have fought more for symmetry early on. No, I just have the big reconstruction. But this is forced down. This is 10. Okay, so let's see if I can sort that back out now. That took a lot of helpers to make that happen. Symmetry always. Was the mistake early on. Live. Check this out. Okay, now we lost our colors, but now it's like a kind of a normal puzzle, I think. Increase the size of the green loop on the inside. Oh, that's too late. Well, let's see if I can sort this thing back out. Oh, I'm already doing it. Okay, yeah, the delay. Okay, so what we've done is we've made the top and the bottom the same, because if you have more polygons on the top than the bottom, then this row starts wrapping around in a spiral, and it makes topology hard. And we have these terminating back down, and somehow this sorts itself back out. I'm not so sure about that, but I think we just end up getting pretty scrunched down here is probably what happens. Again, if I don't really have like the background of like modeling humans for animation from scratch, but you do this when you're making like the MetaHuman, for instance, like from scratch. It's like you've already done this, and you already kind of understand like what a normal ReTopo should look like. So it's probably a little bit easier for people that have that background. I don't make humans from scratch. I'm just kind of tracing MetaHumans professionally now. So this seems like it might resolve out better. Oh, we're making a funny situation here, but I wish this would quad. That would be excellent. If it's gonna not. Oh, but we're starting to have a mismatch again. But we'll see. This should be better. Now, like in whose world is the quad for this? Like that? Like what the absolute? So this is like on the inside or something? Like what? Like I had this selection for a second. It's right there. It's not moving. Okay, let's just not even fight it. Let's just go right back into here. Oh my god, it's this edge. This is not confusing at all. Okay. And what was the problem point? This one, pretty sure. Just like get out. I need to go play video games after this for quite a while. Okay. We're still in ISO. You just need to be live again. 5. And back to here. Please turn into quads. I gotta do the other side too. No, don't do this to me. Come on. There you go. This looks like it's quads. I don't know if that's how I want this to go. I guess I'm kind of forced into that loop. What happened to the box modeling I had going? But I think this can just be scooted over. And we got it. Okay, that's it. Just needs to be. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. We have like a loop. We made a loop. That's not good. This can be. We can drop this loop. Hold on. Wait, I don't want this. I just want straight back to the wrist. And then like later I can look at poly reduction. Oh no, what? Wait a minute. What did we do wrong here? This should resolve fine. Do we not need this loop here? Does this loop line up back with anything? It does. It's this. This becomes that. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, I'll almost take that loop back that I had for now. It's fine. So technically that's quads. I don't appreciate this. There's no need for a loop to be here. It looks very weird. So, okay, well, let's go back over here. Now, did this finish? It's no. We just got triangles here, so we're not done. I can't see the good loops that I had drawn. I'm pretty sure it's this and this. These two. This is good. This is good. Oh, yeah, I can usually do it this way. Good, good. Okay, but basically this is NG now. So how did I sort this out? Is there really a face missing there? I'm gonna delete that by accident. So the way to reduce this out is to make it a loop. The question is like, where do you put the loop? It would be nice to have the loop be like this. So that would be kind of like that. But then we still made a triangle. I'm just pushing the triangle back at this point. As I start, this is kind of funny. Like as I snap this, it just pushes the triangle back. It's kind of cool to see that, to be honest. But it's not great. What did this just become? That fixes it. That's funny. Oh no, it's a triangle here. Damn it. Damn it. It's just a triangle, but you have to do like an actual move. There's like an actual like. How come the back sorted itself out? But there's like this one quad pattern that's gonna sort itself out. We're pretty much at it. I don't know why I can't get to it back here, but I don't like it. But it's gonna be here. It's gonna be some funny quad here. Is this a quad? No, still a triangle. Damn it! How did this work? This worked, damn it. Okay, so the one coming from the pointer goes into the last one. I mean, that's kind of hard to say here. We don't have that loop, but that's pretty much this loop going into here. So you have to like, I would think looping this one seems reasonable. I don't like it, but if we loop through here, what's that become? It's like this. How do you merge this into here? It's like this. Now this just became a triangle, but that did loop it. Like the trick is usually like turning one of these into like a turned corner, but I'm still fighting this triangle. Will this like ever disappear if I keep going? No, it's just gonna keep pushing it down. It's hilarious. So, oh my God. What if I drop this resolution? If I just reconstruct this? It's probably not gonna solve itself. How about this? Is this a quad now? Quad? Okay, we figured it out. That's it. It's awful, but technically quads. Technically should quadrangulate, but is kind of oof. Yeah, that's the loop. Okay, the loop is now here. Versus it, in this case, it's here. It's kind of similar actually. It's off of the pointer. I'm looping the pointer one row over, but so technically this is quads now. Kind of awful, but I'm gonna smooth a little bit and just like take it for what I got today. Actually, I want to leave that the same. Hold on, just do it here. Smooth this out a little bit. So I'm not like this is the topology, but it was an execution of 8 fingers, 10 for the thumb, and edge loops where I wanted the edge loops, and 3 edge loops for the thumb. And then how do you solve out the middle? It turned out like this. It's not like perfect, but while staying quads, meaning we could go to ZBrush basically from here and not have to worry. Or ZRemesh. Which ZRemesh would probably have done like arguably a better job than me for keeping the shape, but not necessarily for it. Did I delete these? But not necessarily for deformation, which was the goal for this from like the beginning. Okay, so I'm gonna draw the edge loops in colors and then I'll UV it. It's like the same thing. And then you can see the topology. And that's what I wanted to do to the MetaHuman hand too, but it was just so confusing. I probably should have done that. That's like kind of my next study. I'm in this for like the long term, so I'll spend a whole day just coloring quads on a hand until I understand it. Okay, so this loop, you are blue. And this one, and some random ones. Wait, did I not fix these? The heck, I thought I fixed these. Lambert 1, comma. Did it, what? Assign initial shading group to selection. Oh, did I drop selection? My brain is so sad now. Oh, did I just overwrite everything? No, I didn't. Okay. It's not allowing me to recolor these. Makes me sad. But let's try this one. Go green again. And let's go get the finger loops. What the fuck happened up here? I'm gonna like history this thing. So let's go. Let's get out of ISO for that one. Turn off live. Is it something to do with live? At this point, I just want to study what hand topo I've ended up at. So let's duplicate it. We're gonna go history, transform gone. I'm gonna just reassign the whole. Wait, oh no. Oh, was it the polygons under it? No, it's not. Huh. Well, I'm gonna just assign this whole thing flat and then try again. Please be green. Okay. I need to put this thing on like a normal axis so I can tumble around it now. Okay, so we have a loop to return back to the arm. That's like the most important one, arguably. Otherwise, you're gonna have crazy arm topology. The next loop that kind of not massively important, but is there, is this one. And then sort of that same loop, I think, is echoed this way. Ooh, okay, I see a little bit of an issue with that. But okay. Right, so this keeps this, these are isolation loops. Like at this point, it doesn't matter how much we add. This point is slightly different. And then again, for the arm, our arm now, if we were to connect this with the body, this is way too many. We'd have to reduce. But it's a glove, so it basically doesn't matter. The next loops that are isolated are these ones. And I mean, it's an echo of this, but it's also these ones like that. Those loops there. And then the sub looping that we did is, there's also a loop through here. But the semi-interesting ones were this. Now that's not what I was expecting it to do. Oh, I see. Technically, that does loop through there. Interesting. We could have put this at the bottom too. We'll see. Anyway, blue. That one is more, makes more sense. Okay, so I'm kind of seeing my own loops now. Could have alternated these colors, I guess. That's probably what I should do, but I think it still makes sense. And then this one's gonna like flip out and do that, yeah. Because I guess technically that is a loop. Not really, though. Not in the way that I think about it. I mean, the loop goes through the finger. In every way that I understand the word polyloop, but somehow Maya thinks that's a polyloop. And if we wanted to be like really super, like we could say that this is also like the next supporting loop there. So that is the hand topo. And so there's like some like, why though kind of situations. But that's what I went for. Man, it's so hard to tumble around this object at this angle. I suppose we could have looped. It's all like janky because I have like we sculpted the glove onto it, but I'll shrink wrap this back to like the actual MetaHuman hand at some point so that I have like kind of a better base mesh. I don't know about this. I mean, this loop technically goes through here. What I was wondering is if I can loop instead of this going through, is it actually goes around the finger again. And then where would it end, though, is the question. Is that it would loop from like, it would loop back to another loop of itself is what I would want. It's definitely possible. It would want to loop back. We would cut through here, another loop back that way. I think would be cleaner. This works. And what's nice about it is it ends up with like kind of a reasonable amount of polygons here. But I kind of want to go for a clean loop all the way around so that all the fingers are symmetrical. So it's basically like, here's the repeating loop. Here's like the holding loop. It's like repeating loop, holding loop, repeating loop, holding loop, transition loop. And to have the transition loop be the knuckle loop as well would be kind of nice. And I'd shrink wrap this back to the MetaHuman hand instead of the glove sculpt I did. But the glove sculpt is what got me to have like the energy to do this kind of a study. I really don't like that. It just seems awkward. Like, why not just loop all the way through back? I'd rather be this loop here. I'd rather this come through. Like it is technically looping that. Oh. Okay, so I'm actually cheating myself. It is technically doing this. Wait a minute. I guess that's not so bad. Let me recolor. I'm actually wrong. That was like a legit loop through there. I think the thumb side is very different. That's not it. No, it isn't. I think the thumb loop is the one that's different. Yeah, and the thumb loop really does terminate. Or is it? Oh, no. I'm wrong. I'm wrong again. It is this. I think Maya's loop selection was kind of funny. It's that. Huh. Guess let's just show it. Maybe that's what it did do. I don't know. I think it also selected these or something. Oh, I see. Then it keeps looping around this way. Maybe that's not so wrong. To ask this. And it was right the first time. Okay, yeah, Maya's right. I'm wrong. It is technically part of the loop. That's a very interesting loop, actually. So Maya was right. No. No, it's not. Well, oh no, I see. Oh, so because it's going this way around, so it is technically right. But it's. I thought it would also consider that. Yeah, that's the full loop. Is that it loops back through there? So that's the loop. It's kind of weird, and then it also pushes through that one. Versus trying to have it meet back up with itself. So I guess that's all we would need to do is to loop through here so that it's closed. So I would rather we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I would rather 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this loops through here. It can definitely be done. There's something very different about this too for some reason that there's something wrong. There's something very wrong here. Now that I'm looking at the knuckle topology, there's 4, 4, 2, 3. Like, what happened here? Or am I wrong about this selection? Yeah, I screwed up. This one is wrong. Like, you can tell from this. It's like 3, 2. It should, yeah. So, yeah. Okay. What? Okay, my index is completely wrong. Okay, so this needs another day of like work. But this, if I do get this in a place that I like, it becomes my like kind of MetaHuman based topology for sculpting. Huh. Interesting. Ugh. This I don't like. I like this one. Considering this is an eight around, I kind of like how this is just 4, but this has like this other loop. I could generate a couple different versions and then we have to skin them and kind of see which one's like are nicer. But I like this. I like this internal part. So what would this loop be if I pulled it around? No, I can't. It has to be this outer loop. So what happened? I lost a row somehow. Like, what? Is this a quad? Is this even a quad? What is this doing? Oh no, what the fuck? This is wrong. Something is very wrong here. Is this even a quad? What's wrong? This is, look at that. It is looping all the way around. So something's right, but something else is wrong. What's this? Oh. So that loops all around perfectly too. I'm missing a row of polygons. This is supposed to cut through or something. I'm missing a row. Yeah, I see. So the index is wrong. We somehow merged like we lost a row of polygons. So I think this is supposed to cut through. I'm gonna duplicate and try to fix this right now. Well, my brain is, who knows what I'm gonna look at this tomorrow. This coloring the lines helps a lot for these rows. I don't know if anyone else does it like that. Now, does this go here? It's like that, I think. What's this? That becomes triangles. So this is triangles, which is not good. That's more like the idea of the topology though, is like that loops around, that loops around. And does merging these into that fix this? So do the weld tool. Why are there 3? Yeah, this one pulled off having only 2. Okay, so I have an unevenness again. Somehow I've sorted that. 3, 3, what? And this one's 2, 2, and this one's 4, 4, 4, 4. I don't know. Probably just basic topology stuff I need to remember. Okay, so that's looping still like that. What's this? This loops around, so that seems fine. Well, okay, that fixes this. These are nice loops all the way around in a cool way. 3. There's no world where this is 3 and that's 2. Maybe the thumb one is forcing that, I'm not sure. How about this? This is good. Then it has this extra loop. The question is if this face needs to exist. I see that it goes into the thumb. I mean, it's all pretty sorted. Even this is viable. Just odd to have 6 on this finger here. And this loop's still working? I mean, it is. And it goes through. I don't know how we ended up with an extra loop here. This one back through there. How is this 4 and this is 6? How is that possible? Did I just make more faces on the top? Is that the midline? It is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how we have it. We have an extra line. How is that possible? And this one's 1, 2. Oh, wait a minute. This is going to be 5 too. 3. Oh, that's still 4 though. Oh no, that's 5. No, it's 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. How is this one 5? How did this happen? This should be done here. Where did this row come from? How does this exist? It's something with the thumb. Okay, so this has always been like that. Because of this thumb. Because this is 5 on the top. We've matched it through here somehow. If I start removing that row, that doesn't work out. So I guess that explains why this is 3, is because it's next to the thumb versus this is next to nothing. It just loops back to itself. I don't know if that's acceptable. What's this loop do? Perfect. I mean, that's a perfect loop. Well, no, it's not. It loops back around. I was going to say, it would have been perfect if it looped all the way. But no, those are sub-looped. I mean, this certainly extended out to like a full hand would work. It's just really a weird pattern, but I can't say that I figured out the MetaHuman pattern either, though. Just seems like you would want the same thing around each hand, but that being said, this one has to rejoin with the thumb and this one rejoins with nothing. So is this reasonable? Kind of looking at how this is pulled. I mean, there's shaping issues definitely still, but this loop exists. Doesn't really matter. What does it loop back to? Let's grab it. Actually, let's see what this loops to. Oh, that's it? Oh, it's this one. I see, yeah. So that loops like all the way around crazy, and then this is going to also do something like equally as crazy through here and then around itself. So I bet you there's a way to, I mean, there's definitely a way to have those loops kind of like go back into each other. And then there might be a way to get this back down. I still wonder if like deleting this again and trying to get it back together, but this is still quads and this wouldn't affect. It's going to be a little weird, but it's not going to affect like how it moves, and it's fine down there too. I think the general question is this though. It's weird. Okay, I'm gonna UV it though real quick. Just to look at it in 2D. Another way. Let's see here. I kinda wanna I kinda wanna lay it flat almost in I don't know if you can project it into like a flat mesh like you can in Marvelous. I'm sure you can, I just don't know how to do it. Just UV this thing. I kind of want to go do a MetaHuman LED study now, just for the hands. Everything else I don't really care about. The face, I can't even imagine someone attempting the face, and it's like insane. But hands, it's not so crazy. So if we did this right, we're looking at cuts through here. Is that it? Or is it here? Doesn't really matter. It looks like it's that. That's just straighter of the line. This needs reshaping still, of course, but cut it there. And then, is it this line? Should be more obvious, but I'm pretty sure it's that line. And then this is the loop line. So this one might loop too, actually. Yeah, it's that line. shell, unfold. Oh, hold up. Oh, we got to do each finger too. Forgot about that. Now that should be a loop. What? This is a loop. I don't understand how that's not a loop. Something might be wrong. That's a loop. Or is it not? Did I screw something up in here? This. That might have screwed up the topology through the fingers, that they look like it's quads. Maybe I have something more fundamentally wrong with this in between the finger topology. I mean, it's kind of like a scrunched place. Oh, wait a minute. This is making me think I don't have proper quads on this object. That won't loop through. Something's wrong. That one does. Something's wrong in between the fingers. Crap. They look weird. I mean, no, they're quads. This looks a triangle. No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're quads. I don't know why that didn't loop. Did that actually get cut? So there should be an even cut all the way through, and if it's not, then something's very wrong. No, that's fine. Oh no! Oh, you serious? Oh my god, what a place to crash. Wonder how much I'm losing here. Sad. Okay, we're all done with this stuff. That's a weird place to crash, but it also wasn't calling a loop. I should have restarted a long time ago. I feel like Maya's been acting kind of funny. Got into some like infinite problem. I don't know. I don't know what those kind of crashes are from, but there were like weird selection things and weird material things I couldn't overwrite. I should have just restarted a while ago. Well, it actually kind of gives me an opportunity to see if like it'll actually select those quadros correctly now. Holy shit! Wait. Is there another one? We're like on 20. $24 rather. We're like way past this. Okay. Okay. We're fine. Okay, we just lost all the UV. That's fine. I want to see if it's gonna actually UV it correctly now. Or rather, call my cuts correctly. Looks to be this one. That one. This one was cutting fine here. Yep. And then between the fingers it wasn't. It was like nope. Yeah, it's still saying no. So I wonder if it's gonna crash again after this. After unfolding it didn't like that. Like it's not seeing this as a loop. Something is wrong. I need to look at that again. I'll crash before I'll crash. Hopefully not. I'll save before I unfold the second piece. Or unfold any of these actually. Okay, we'll just cut this all at once. We'll save now so I can just keep trying this over and over again and not crash like crazy. Save as, I guess. Actually, as I remember now, it didn't crash on the unfold. It crashed on me trying to scale it. Okay, so from okay, so I'm going to take a screenshot of this and kind of study it myself just to make sure that this really checks out. I wish the colorations would happen in the viewport here. I don't know if that's possible. But yeah, let me take a screenshot of this. I'm going to study this later. But so that's a long, but like more like a journey of like kind of testing some topology theories for the MetaHuman, which we won't know until we rig it. But those are loops. Like the green loops are like the must keep loops, and then the blue loops are kind of like on the fingers are like a question of like, do you even need it? Because the top could have also just been like this, and then we just add more resolution to kind of hold it. This is a lot more straightforward to look at, and then it's like, was this even worth it for all these loops here? But the MetaHuman hands looked like they had something similar, like this. I think if you look at it from this angle, you can kind of understand how that loop is working. I don't even know. It's the same. Maya and Topo. Okay, so I think tomorrow, regardless of how this is, like this will work. This will skin. This will bake. Like it's fine. It's quads. I'm a little afraid that this didn't select this, but I'm looking at this. This is quads. I think I'm gonna go look at it a little bit closer after I eat. But we're quadded. We have some support loops. We have like the must-have loops, and tomorrow I'll finish modeling out the hand, and then I'll try to get everything into Substance Painter and get past that phase, and then start actually rigging it, and then we can actually test how this goes, and probably have to subdivide things a little bit more in certain places. But yeah, I'll be back. Peace.